Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. I got a story time for you. So my family was one of those families.
She ain't lying about that part, huh? Let's go, guys. I'm going to get into this video before we get into the read. That's going to give you a little more information. Let's check this out. Let's see. Pull it up. Hope everyone had a great rest. Everyone was able to sleep and rejuvenate their bodies and be able to bring something into the atmosphere for manifestation right now. Hopefully retrieving things, portals of information, anything that can help you in this day and age. All right, guys, let's get ready to go. This is a very, very good video.
I'm going to tell it like it is.
Let's go.
As much as you may want it to be true or even fantasize that it is true, the facts are millions of us have believed in a fallacy our whole lives. Hey everybody, this is Colonel Carson with Family Tree Nuts, and I want to mention that if you like videos like this, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and click that bell so you get notified when we post new videos. At Family Tree Nuts, we make history videos all over the United States and a few countries. Before I go too much farther in explaining why you don't have racial attachment to those dream catchers above your beds and that howling wolf with the Indian chief on your t-shirt, I need to be clear on something. Some of you, a very small percentage that claim it, actually do have Native American ancestors. And even a smaller amount of you have one or more Cherokee ancestors. For those very few, this story doesn't apply. But for the remaining millions of you that are out there, I'm going to explain how this misconception came about and why so many people believe it. Also, let me be perfectly clear, for those of you that love to drop descriptive titles on people, I 100% respect the first peoples of this continent. I respect their culture and traditions. This video is not anti-Cherokee, nor anti-Native. It is intended to shed some light on one of the most common myths in genealogy. No matter who your ancestors are, you should honor and celebrate them. If I had a nickel for every time as a genealogist, when I've asked someone what their ethnic makeup was, they told me various European countries and then inevitably dropped the word Cherokee. It has been a source of amusement for those in my circle. And when we hear this, we look at each other with an understanding inside joke. It's almost always their great-great-grandmother who is the one that was full-blooded Cherokee, which is interesting. And I've got some reasons why that is, that I'll explain later in this video. I've heard the myth in my own family, and I know several of them are going to be furious when they see this video, but the reality is they need to know that we just don't have any Cherokee in us. At least not anymore. Why do so many folks think they have Cherokee blood? Where did this myth come from? Why is it so prevalent for families in Appalachia? Why is it so prevalent in folks from the South? Why is it prevalent in many black families as well? What other tribes besides Cherokee do people claim to be? There are many theories that give us insights to these questions, and in this video, we will explain answers to all of them and provide you with a better understanding of yourself and your ancestors. The United States Census data has shown that in the year 2000, more than 700,000 people claimed to be Cherokee. And in 2010, that number had risen to over 800,000. Of all those claiming to have Cherokee ancestry, around 70% of them claim to be mixed race, suggesting that there are as many as twice the amount of people that say they are Cherokee than those that actually are Cherokee. It is likely that even if the story is true about your Cherokee ancestor existing, they are simply too far back to show up on a DNA test. We all have the same number of ancestors, and we all get on average the same amount of DNA from each of them. We all have 2 parents and get approximately 50% of our DNA from them. We have 4 grandparents, 25%, 8 great-grandparents, 12.5%, 16 second great-grandparents, 6.25%, 32 third great-grandparents, 3.13%, 64 fourth great-grandparents, 1.56%, 128 fifth great-grandparents, for a 0.78% average of our DNA to come from each one of them. To further complicate things, the percentages from each ancestor level is not perfect. It is unlikely that you get 25% from each grandparent. It is likely that you'll get a mix of each, which totals to 100%. If you use the standard of the average of every 25 years as a generation, and someone who is 50 years old in the year 2025 and born in 1975, that person's 5th great-grandparent would be born around the year 1800. If one of the 128 of them was full-blooded Cherokee, we would only have an average of less than 1% Cherokee DNA. Add to the fact that most marriages between Europeans and Cherokee took place in the late 1600s to the late 1700s. This ancestor that is a legend in your family lore is even further back and even less of a percentage of your DNA. The fact is, if the Cherokee ancestor does exist in your family tree, they are likely so far back that they have been, in a sense, washed out of your DNA. I must also go on record saying that just because your DNA test didn't show any Native American DNA does not prove that the person doesn't have at least one Native ancestor. It just means that that ancestor is further back in the timeline of their family tree. Sadly, the stories about our Cherokee ancestors may not 100% be proved or disproved scientifically. I also want to go on record that some believe our connection to our ancestors is spiritual and maybe even embedded in our DNA. For more information, research DNA memory or racial memory. There is something to be said about what you feel inside your soul, and we should definitely pay attention to that. The DNA tests are not perfect, and often due to such small percentages, the DNA reported as East Asian or Middle Eastern could actually be Native American. Most experts agree that less than 2% of a certain ethnicity could be what is called DNA noise, and the pinpointing of the exact group becomes a bit murky. So if you see that you have 1% sub-Saharan African in your DNA, it may not be true. It could be DNA noise. But if you have 0%, that is accurate. It is often helpful to test with multiple testing companies and compare your results. This can sometimes help to eliminate DNA noise. There are some other examples as to why your Native American ancestry is not showing up on your DNA test. It is possible that your Cherokee ancestor was raised by the Cherokee, but they themselves were mostly European. Many Europeans were taken captive by Native Americans, especially at a young age, and raised by the tribes. Some of them may not have even known that they were European. Your ancestor could have been raised Cherokee from a baby and later married a European and lived the rest of their lives in European settlements, never knowing that they weren't racially a Cherokee in the first place. Also, several Native American groups have refused to test, and this makes finding your native DNA a bit harder to identify. In addition to that, many Native Americans that have tested are a large percentage European themselves, making it harder to identify the Native American markers.
Exactly,
There were
bro.
many
Keep going
surveys
in.
and rolls made on the Cherokee beginning in the early 1800s. If in doing your family tree, you don't find an ancestor listed on those rolls, it is highly unlikely that they exist. You are just not Cherokee, and sometimes that is a hard pill to swallow since you have heard identify the Native American markers. There were many surveys and rolls made on the Cherokee beginning in the early 1800s. If in doing your family tree, you don't find an ancestor listed on those rolls, it is highly unlikely that they exist. You are just not Cherokee, and sometimes that is a hard pill to swallow since you have heard these stories all your life. You may be asking, okay, so I realize I'm probably not Cherokee, but where did this family story come from? There are many theories as to where this myth came from, and we'll explain them. The Cherokee have a long and celebrated history in what is now the United States, and throughout most of its history have lived in southern Appalachia, spanning modern Virginia, West Virginia, North and South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, and Alabama. The tribe was made up of 7 matrilineal clans, meaning that the individual claimed their identity from their mother's clan. The Cherokee first began to interact with European explorers and later settlers beginning in the mid-1500s. As European settlement grew, many of the Cherokee began to adapt their cultures to that of their new white neighbors. Marriages were encouraged with the European settlers, usually to men that spent most of their time hunting in the backwoods or lived on the fringes of European settlements. Many of those marriages were due to lack of European females on the fringes, but often the marriages were a product of alliances for trade and peace. By taking a Cherokee wife, a long hunter or trader could have companionship, but it often ensured a safer life in the backcountry. The marriages were beneficial for the Cherokee because it often helped them to have better access to European tools and goods. Most of these marriages took place from the late 1600s to the late 1700s and rarely into the early 1800s. The Cherokee were often referred to as the civilized tribe because they were more apt to adapt to European ways than other tribes, and that is why more intermarriage between Europeans and Cherokee happened than any other tribe. It is likely shocking to many, but in the late 1700s and into the early 1800s, many Cherokee purchased enslaved blacks. Modern estimates are variant, but some estimates say that as many as 15% of Cherokee families own slaves. Through these circumstances, an unnumber of mixed Cherokee and African descent children were born. Those enslaved people and their offspring would have been present on the Trail of Tears. This is why so many Black Americans today believe they have Cherokee ancestry. However, they, like the rest of Americans, very rarely have any Cherokee DNA. The Cherokee fought hard against the government to be removed from their homes and sent to Oklahoma. However, after they were gone, their situation was often admired, and many in the South began to relate with their cause as the situation heated up before the Civil War. It was at this time in the 1840s and 1850s that many Southerners first began to claim to be descended from a Cherokee great-grandmother. Several of them claimed that their great-grandmother was a Cherokee princess, even though the Cherokee never had a title or position resembling a princess in their culture. This link to royalty solidified their claim as valid, true children of the South, and that like their Cherokee ancestors did before them, they must fight against a government that was oppressing them. They would often say things like, "We have got to fight against a corrupt government, just like my ancestors have done for generations." Claiming Cherokee ancestry gave them a feeling of true
Feeling,
Americanness,
but it wasn't
and
true.
definitely Southernness. The fact that many Cherokee fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War strengthened this bond. Many people gain an identity from claiming Cherokee ancestry, and they proudly profess to others about their Cherokee blood while displaying and wearing symbols of Native heritage. When asked, very few can identify their supposed Cherokee ancestor, and they often say, well, I've just always heard it. My grandma told me, or my grandma's grandma told her. This mythical Cherokee ancestry is usually identified as one's great-great-grandmother who was full-blooded Cherokee. Why is it so common to be one's great-great-grandmother? My theory on this is that many of us have at least some memory of our great-grandparents, but hardly anyone would have much knowledge about a great-great-grandparent. We get lost in the greats, and the person that we are referring to has been passed down through ages as a great-great-grandparent, when in reality, they are more likely 5th to 8th time great-grandparents. These stories and beliefs get passed down over and over until they reach us, and many of us simply accept them as fact. Also, some of these stories get muddied with step-siblings. Throughout the generations, many women passed away in childbirth, often leaving their husbands with several children to raise. Almost always, the husbands remarried quickly and had another set of children with their second wife. Sometimes these stories stem from an ancestor from the first wife, but the stories get combined and passed down by the descendants of the second wife as well. We so often hear, she looks Indian. She has jet black hair, high cheekbones, and a weathered face. I've heard these statements all my life about old family photos of elderly women. The fact is, our ancestors rarely dyed their hair and mainly lived hard, primitive lives on remote farms. They were tough, strong, and determined, which no doubt affected their appearances. However, we often see what we want to see, and perception becomes reality. If we look at an old photograph and hope to see some Cherokee resemblances, we likely will find them. Ironically, due to so many Americans claiming Cherokee ancestry, it has helped the tribe to prosper. More outside money has been poured into their communities through investment and tourism than any other tribe. Cherokee is by far the most common tribe mentioned when claiming Native ancestry, but some other tribes that are often mentioned are Blackfoot, Creek, Shawnee, Choctaw, Sioux, and others. Some of these claims make very little sense when you understand geography and the history of the tribes. For example, it is highly unlikely for someone raised in the hills of West Virginia, along with several generations of their ancestors, to have an ancestor that was a Blackfoot, which hail from Montana and Canada. However, this is a semi-common claim. Another theory exists as to why some families claim Cherokee ancestry is the fact that they were mixed with black and white ancestry, and they would explain their dark features as Cherokee in order to avoid prejudice and discrimination. Many times, these folks believed that it was better to be an Indian than to be black. So what do you think? Now that I've busted so many people's bubbles about their Cherokee ancestor not existing, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Please leave a comment below of what you think, positive or negative. I'm confident that many of you will refuse to buy into what I've said and will look for ways to refute it. So many of us have heard the myth of our Cherokee ancestors all of our lives and literally get depressed when we find out that we don't have a drop of anything but Northern European blood. Just because someone wants to be Cherokee doesn't make them Cherokee.
So. Tell that to them $5 cheese. Facts. This video goes out to every $5 native, black or white, that wants to presume the role of the people that ain't have nothing to do with you, not your bloodline, none of that. I'm going to read a bit of this because I want to get into the next document. Claiming tribal identity. This is the construction or construct of a nation, right? 5 tribes in the politics of federal acknowledgement. Book is published with the assistance of the Utah University Cedar City, Utah, which gives all information. They're able to, control. They have all the records, so on and so forth, going into the Renaissance. This shows the genesis of the conflict, the 5 tribes, and the birth of the federal acknowledgement process, which is what we're going to get into. Also, the vetted tribes, the Porch Band Creek of Indians. If you guys remember the Porch Creek Indians, this was the Indian, the white tea Indian supposedly lady that sold me her food stamps, literally sold me her food stamps. The lady that bragged about getting her $70,000, from her tribe. And she's literally a crackhead. I met her at a hotel, literally. This is crazy. But let's get into this real quick. I want you guys to get an understanding, and we're going to go from here to the next item. Second, it's 84, I think it is. Hold on. 84. Genesis of conflict. Okay, 80s. All right, here we go. I'm going to start right here so y'all can get a very, very, very clear understanding. Then we're going to get into the next information. Let's go.
Chapter 2: The Genesis of a Conflict, the 5 Tribes and the Birth of the Federal Acknowledgement Process. The early 1970s were heady days for the 5 tribes of Oklahoma. Congress passed an act in October 1970 allowing the Oklahoma-based tribes to elect their principal chiefs for the first time since the beginning of the century.
Chiefs.
The 5 tribes and their eastern relatives, such as the Mississippi Band of Choctaws, were operating tribal businesses and pursuing self-determination after decades of relative slumber. By mid-decade, all of the 5 had held referendums creating new constitutions that established formal governments and citizenship requirements. They began building tribal enterprises such as the Cherokee Nation Industries. The Cherokee Nation established the Tsalogi Cultural Center as a focal point of tribal identity and pride. Under new federal laws, the tribes were running their own programs, contracting for federal monies, and establishing their own tribal welfare, job training, and health care programs. As Choctaw historian Valerie Lambert notes, these years witnessed a true tribal reawakening. The Choctaws, Creeks, and others embarked upon an intensive period of nation building, and people were excited at the real tribal sovereignty and self-determination these newly robust nations were able to exert. For the first time since they had been forcefully dissolved in 1906 with the coming of Oklahoma's statehood, the 5 tribes were functioning governments again. People looked forward to a future in which they could rule their own destinies. At the same time that these positive developments made the future so bright, tribal leaders were also becoming increasingly aware of several potential problems, ones that would gain importance in time. Census 86. Data and everyday experience told tribal leaders that thousands of individuals around the country were claiming a Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, and less often Chickasaw and Seminole identity,
all of them.
Accessing funds meant for Indians.
Accessing funds for who?
The Office of Cherokee Nation Principal Chief W.W. Keeler was looking into the problem. Data and everyday experience told tribal leaders that thousands of individuals around the country were claiming a Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, and less often Chickasaw and Seminole identity, accessing funds meant for Indians. The Office of Cherokee Nation Principal Chief W.W. Keeler was looking into the problem, inquiring about well-known
One more time,
imposters.
y'all know 3 times. The third time's a charm. Why is it a charm? A charm is something that is sparkling and glistening, which is what? Light, frequency, energy. When you're seeing a sparkle or glisten, that's light transformation. So the third time's a charm. This is why I'll rewind sometimes 3 times, because when you hear it the third time, it sticks in your mind, right? It glistens as light, true, when you hear that fact. So this is why I do that, just so you guys know, if people wonder why I do that. And if you guys notice, they said the funds that were meant for the Indians. They said the Indians. They did not say the natives. One more time.
Data and everyday experience told tribal leaders that thousands of individuals around the country were claiming a Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, and less often Chickasaw and Seminole identity, accessing funds meant for Indians. The Office of Cherokee Nation Principal Chief W.W. Keeler was looking into the problem, inquiring about well-known imposters like Sylvester Long, Chief Buffalo Child Long Lance, and discussing general ways to police individuals selling Native American art, to make sure that Cherokee artisans were protected. An old story, it was apparent that both fraudulent and well-meaning, if ill-informed, individuals increasingly were taking a tribal identity and hurting 5 tribes' citizens in the process. Elected to replace retiring Chief Keeler in an old story, it was apparent that both fraudulent and well-meaning, if ill-informed, individuals increasingly were taking a tribal identity and hurting 5 tribes' citizens in the process. Elected to replace retiring Chief Keeler in 1975, new Cherokee Principal Chief, Ross Swimmer, began to acquire information on surviving Indian groups in the Southeast, trying to research tribal entities that were coming forward that were previously unknown to his people. The Cherokee Nation found its offices dealing with several new tribes in Tennessee claiming to be Cherokee, an assertion Chief Swimmer's sovereign nation found annoying and offensive at the same time. It seemed a group calling itself the Faraway Cherokees was serving as tribal spokesman, consulting on sensitive Cherokee issues such as Trail of Tears commemorations. Other groups were forming tribes and attempting to gain recognition from state officials. At a moment when the 5 tribes were reformulating tribal citizenship and exerting tribal sovereignty, these unauthorized entities were troublesome. The newly invigorated 5 tribes and related Eastern reservation groups had certainly benefited from the Indian Renaissance, pan-Indian activism, and the pro-Indian social climate of the era, but they also were running headlong into new groups and recently awakened Indian individuals that also benefited from these positive trends. Just as the 5 tribes and others were formalizing their tribal governments and running their own programs, legal aid groups were helping non-recognized tribes do the same. The two were on a collision course. One result was the federal acknowledgement process, established within the BIA in 1978. Its rigorous criteria and evaluation process reflected the desires of the 5 tribes and many other reservation tribes to have a stringent regimen, one that protected their rights, economic resources, and overall ability to define Indians and tribes. Throughout these debates pulsed questions of authenticity and being real or bona fide Indians and tribes. While academics and unrecognized groups questioned the ability of any party to accurately define Indian and tribe, as a practical political and cultural matter, tribes and their federal allies groped toward a way to measure and define these highly problematic terms. By 1978, leaders of federally recognized tribes felt they had found the answer in the new federal acknowledgement process, with many unrecognized groups agreeing that finally a way had been found to determine what groups were real tribes. My great-grandmother was a Cherokee princess. Some tribes have had their identity and culture stolen and appropriated much more than others. In his landmark 1969 work Custer Died for Your Sins, Vine Deloria, Jr., identified the phenomenon. During my years as executive director of the National Congress of American Indians, it was a rare day when some white didn't visit my office and proudly proclaim that he or she was of Indian descent. Cherokee was the most popular tribe of their choice, and many placed the Cherokees anywhere from Maine to Washington state. Mohawk, Sioux, and Chippewa were next in popularity. Occasionally I would be told about some mythical tribe from lower Pennsylvania, Virginia, or Massachusetts which had spawned the white standing before me.
Talk about culture misappropriation. Talk about culture vulture, right? This is like the complete edification of the storyline of the chiefdoms that were created, the masses and thousands of people that came in to create their $5 status, so on and so forth. Let's go.
Unrecognized groups questioned the ability of any party to accurately define Indian and tribe, As a practical political and cultural matter,
Any
tribes
group.
and their federal
Any
allies groped
group.
toward a way to measure and define these highly problematic terms. By 1978, leaders of federally recognized tribes felt they had found the answer in the new federal acknowledgement process, with many unrecognized groups agreeing that finally a way had been found to determine what groups were real tribes. My great-grandmother was a Cherokee princess. Some tribes have had their identity and culture stolen and appropriated much more than others.
Mm-hmm.
In his landmark 1969 work Custer Died for Your Sins, Vine Deloria, Jr., identified the phenomenon. During my years as executive director of the National Congress of American Indians, it was a rare day when some white didn't visit my office and proudly proclaim that he or she was of Indian descent.
Lying.
Cherokee was the most popular tribe of their choice, and many placed the Cherokees anywhere from Maine to Washington state. Mohawk, Sioux, and Chippewa were next in popularity. Occasionally I would be told about some mythical tribe from lower Pennsylvania, Virginia, or Massachusetts which had spawned the white standing before me. Eventually came to understand their need to identify partially as Indian and did not resent them. All but one person I met who claimed Indian blood claimed it on their grandmother's side. I once did a projection backward and discovered that evidently most tribes were entirely female for the first 300 years of white occupation. No one, it seemed, wanted to claim a male Indian as forebear. Deloria was writing at the end of the 1960s, a decade that witnessed a flowering of interest in Indians, when the phenomenon of white eventually came to understand their need to identify partially as Indian and did not resent them. All but one person I met who claimed Indian blood claimed it on their grandmother's side. I once did a projection backward and discovered that evidently most tribes were entirely female for the first 300 years of white occupation. No one, it seemed, wanted to claim a male Indian as forebear. Deloria was writing at the end of the 1960s, a decade that witnessed a flowering of interest in Indians, when the phenomenon of white people claiming an Indian identity was at one of its historical peaks. It is often assumed that in the past people hid their indigenous heritage, that it was disadvantageous to be Indian, but this belief is incorrect. As the five tribes and others know all too well,
it was not disadvantageous for them to claim Indian status, right? How could it be? What happened? It just stopped. Like, let's go. Acting stupid for some reason. Let's try it again.
Always been reasons for whites and African Americans to claim to be Cherokee, Creek, or Choctaw.
Africans, not
More
African
than most
Americans.
American Indian tribes, the five tribes have faced imposters and schemers trying to claim tribal membership for personal gain. While the phenomenon of groups claiming Cherokee or other tribal identity is a relatively modern phenomenon, the phenomenon of individuals who fabricate a genealogical relationship with the Cherokees and other tribes has a long and checkered past. The Cherokee Nation faced this problem as early as the first decades of the 19th century. In 1828, the Cherokee Phoenix, in a piece titled An Imitation Indian, reported, "A person made his appearance in the city on Thursday last, dressed in the costume of an Indian, and calling himself Gen. William Ross, which is engraved upon an apparently silver breastplate. He says his father is Daniel Ross, who is the chief of the Cherokee Indians, and that he is an authorized agent of the nation." According to the article, this man was dressed in a black wig.
A government self-appointed chief. Didn't they just tell you how they appointed the chief? We just read that, right? I've shown you guys this in many other books before. They were self-appointed. Even in the missions accomplished, they were self-appointed. 50 people in the tribe, they were self-appointed.
Of white stripped calico, and had beads around his neck. The appearance of General Ross prompted Daniel Ross, his purported father, to write to the press, "I have no knowledge of who this vile wretch can be, and I believe he has no connection whatever with the Cherokees, and certainly not with me, or family. Should this impostor gain credence with the credulous, so that they become loserous by his acquaintance, I can have no sort of objection, by way of atonement, to the hanging of this General W. Ross, if merited." As this exchange shows, At an early date, the Cherokees were experiencing problems with dubious claimants, with hanging deemed by at least one as an appropriate punishment. The 5 tribes also have had to guard against interlopers seeking to gain entry in their formal roles. Almost immediately after their forced removal to Indian Territory, the Cherokees, Chickasaws, Choctaws, Creeks, and Seminoles found whites pushing onto tribal lands. Many whites married tribal members to gain entry, seeking access to the nation's coveted farmlands, mineral resources, and business enterprises. Others simply squatted on Indian lands and then claimed that the tribes were not protecting their interests as white men on U.S. soil. Federal officials and the 5 tribes did their best to evict these lawless individuals, but the tide was generally against them. Squatters and intermarried whites were threats, but, as noted historian Angie Debo concludes, the most troublesome of the intruders were those who had advanced some fantastic claim to citizenship, and who loudly demanded every privilege enjoyed by the Indians. The Choctaws and others had a long-standing custom of admitting intermarried whites. However, after the Civil War, the intentions of these individuals came under increasing scrutiny, causing alarm in some quarters over their growing numbers and right to share in the tribal estate. By this time, the tribes also, however, after the Civil War, the intentions of these individuals came under increasing scrutiny, causing alarm in some quarters over their growing numbers and right to share in the tribal estate. By this time, the tribes also were sensitive to having government agents force individuals and groups onto tribal roles. As early as 1866, punitive post-Civil War treaties mandated that the formerly slave-holding tribes give citizenship to the freed slaves, a move still controversial today. The treaties also forced tribes like the Cherokee Nation to give lands and rights to the unrelated Delawares and Shawnees. The tribal governments began to respond. In 1000, the treaties also forced tribes like the Cherokee Nation to give lands and rights to the unrelated Delawares and Shawnees. The tribal governments began to respond. In 1875, Choctaw law, for example, required intermarried white men to swear allegiance to the nation, pay a fee, and have a witness testify as to their moral character.
To pay. Intermarried. Remember, the intermarried white men, the white natives coming in, marrying the Indian woman, taking over her land. When they get the marriage, they go into statehood, going into marriage because they are citizens. That takes them into statehood. Once they go into statehood, they are now under the conservatorship of the white man that they married. You remember we read in the book to show how they would marry the Indian woman and literally put her off in the forest while they was building the land up. Like, hey, you going up over there like an animal or some shit, and we're going to build up your land that we took from you through the marriage contract that intermingled us with the state of citizenship, right? Damn, this shit get on my nerves doing that.
Were those who, but, in 1875 Choctaw law, for example, required intermarried white men to swear allegiance to the nation, pay a fee, and have a witness testify as to their moral character. Significantly, an individual who abandoned his Indian wife forfeited citizenship rights. The issue reached its high point on the eve of Oklahoma's statehood. Through concerted political and legal wrangling, the 5 tribes had one exemption.
John Ross was a person that played a role, as all of them did, because everyone that came in and either intermarried into the tribe, they had to be an agent for the state. They had to, it just told you they had to sign papers saying that they would be basically transparent. So that makes them immediately an agent of the state. So now you marry this man and he is a citizen. So now he signs papers with the state, and everything that is done is approved by the state or not approved by the state, so on and so forth. Let's go.
The Dawes Act of 1887, a federal law designed to dissolve tribal governments and pave the way for citizenship for Indians. Its main instrument was allotment. The Dawes Act mandated that individual Indians receive homesteads carved from the tribal land base, and it was expected that after a waiting period, land ownership would lead to U.S. citizenship. Despite winning exemption from the law, The 5 tribes soon felt the tide turn,
Lots.
and allotment was forced
These.
upon them in the 1890s. Congress seized the power to create final roles for the nations, and the Dawes Commission, under former U.S. Senator Henry L. Dawes, retired architect of the earlier allotment legislation, was charged with determining who qualified for membership. With this maneuver, the federal government usurped the 5 tribes' fundamental right to determine their citizenship requirements degree during the Dawes Commission proceedings. Government agents were deluged with dubious and grasping white and black claimants.
Listen.
Hoping
Let's go
to
back
grab
one
a
more
share
time.
of the very tribal Senator Henry L. Dawes, retired architect of the earlier allotment legislation, was charged with determining who qualified for membership. With this maneuver, the
Let's see if
federal
you're
government
worthy to be an
usurped the
agent.
5 tribes' fundamental right to determine their
Usurping their
citizenship
rights.
requirements degree during the Dawes Commission proceedings. Government agents were deluged with dubious and grasping white and black claimants.
Didn't I tell you? White and
hoping to
black.
grab a share
White
of the
and
very
black
tribal
claimants,
resources.
right? Just to clarify, with the maneuver, the federal government usurped the 5 tribes' fundamental right to determine their citizenship requirements, because remember, they already had a constitution in place. So now they're usurping and bargaining with these damn people, and okay, we can go along with that. Oh, sure, go ahead, make that act, and yeah, we'll go ahead and let you guys make that particular statute, and yeah, sure, go ahead, white man. Because it's not really our land. We're descendants of all these white people that came in and made $5 tribes. So we're all part of the agency. We all committed to being, agents of the state and making sure we're transparent with everything that's going on the land, even in my home and my household, because now the household is under the statehood, right? Let's go.
Tribal citizenship was potentially lucrative. The 5 tribes owned some of the most valuable lands remaining in the Great Plains. Small population tribes like the Chickasaws, with their rich farmlands, grazing tracts, and mineral lands, were inviting targets for schemers and charlatans.
All the
The
mineral
Dawes
rights in these lands.
Commission employed hundreds of clerks, surveyors, and appraisers to allot lands and determine who could share in the tribal assets. The 5 tribes
you
created.
Hear that? It said the commission employed hundreds of clerks, surveyors, and appraisals to allot the lands and determine who could share in the tribal assets. They made the determination. They're kind of doing that now, right? They're telling you, hey, send your information in, and if we decide to approve you, then you'll get an allotment. We'll send you such and such amount of money, but you have to be approved. How can I be approved to be a bloodline? Are you fucking sick?
Citizenship committees with knowledge of family relations to guard the gates. It was during this era that the Choctaws experienced their first encounter with Eastern claimants, as thousands of individuals from Mississippi, some with valid claims and some without, hired attorneys to gain Choctaw lands. The Cherokee Nation also was alerted to relations left behind decades earlier. In the early 1880s, the Eastern Band's Tribal Council tried to share in the Cherokee Nation's annuity payments, prompting the federal government to establish an agency in North Carolina for them. The government also empowered an agent to take a census of all Cherokees living east of the Mississippi. The final roll listed 2,956 Cherokees still living in the southeast, with the majority concentrated around today's Eastern Cherokee Reservation in western North Carolina, but hundreds of others were scattered in surrounding states, many of whom the North Carolina group insisted were non-Indians. These actions and a failed federal court effort to share in funds pursued by the Eastern Cherokees ultimately set the stage for the incorporation of the modern Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians as a separate tribe. Besides the Cherokees, other tribes and their leaders felt besieged as thousands came forward to claim a share of tribal resources. Douglas Johnston, Chickasaw tribal governor, believed that the issue of fraudulent citizenship claims was the #1 problem facing the Chickasaws and Choctaws in 1900. In a few short years, hopefuls had hired more than 300 attorneys to pursue citizenship in the 5 tribes, and lawyers for the 5 tribes could do little more than file perfunctory briefs denying the claimants' rights to citizenship. Those people who entered tribal rolls by legal maneuver were called court citizens by the Indians.
Court citizens.
Dawes Commission Chairman Tams Bixby estimated that only 1 in 10 claimants placed on the Chickasaw and Choctaw rolls by the courts were entitled to citizenship. In a few short years, hopefuls had hired more than 300 attorneys to pursue citizenship in the 5 tribes,
They was fighting
and
for
lawyers for the
citizenship.
5 tribes could do
Crazy
little
ass
more than file
Indians.
perfunctory briefs denying the claimants' rights to citizenship. Those people who entered tribal roles by legal maneuver were called court citizens by
Legal
the Indians. Dawes
maneuvering
Commission Chairman Tams
into the
Bixby
tribe.
estimated that only 1 in 10 claimants placed on the Chickasaw and Choctaw rolls by the courts were entitled to citizenship. In the end, thousands of fraudulent claims were granted over the objections of the leaders of the 5 tribes. Thousands of people became new tribal citizens. These dubious enrollees, with rights secured, often then led the charge to destroy the tribal governments and Indian way of life. Through this tumultuous, fraudulent, in the end, thousands of fraudulent claims were granted over the objections of the leaders of the 5 tribes. Thousands of people became new tribal citizens. These dubious enrollees, with rights secured, often then led the charge to destroy the tribal governments and Indian way of life. Through this tumultuous, fraudulent process, the claims were so substantial that the Cherokees ended up running out of land for real Cherokee people.
For the real Cherokee
Would-be
people.
Cherokees, Chickasaws, Choctaws, Creeks, and Seminoles were at first always seeking personal profit. At the turn of the century, this meant land or access to other tribal assets. As the agricultural economy waned, however, new wannabe Cherokees and Creek individuals emerged, seeking a connection to these peoples for entirely different reasons. After the rich tribal lands were gone, other ways to benefit emerged. Sylvester Long was perhaps the most famous example of a Cherokee Indian imposter in the early 20th century. Born of white and Lumbee parents in North Carolina. In 1890, Long went west at the age of 13, joining a Wild West show where he worked as a Cherokee Indian, and learned the language from a Cherokee man. In 1909,
ain't that something? Let's check that out, huh? Let's check that out. So we can see the story about these fake ass Indians going around the damn world, traveling, pretending, having a band of Indians and fake ass cowboys, pretending, acting like a show. So people will say, oh, these are the Indians, these freaking natives that they brought into the tribes, the ones that pay for their tribal membership and their citizenship, right? These the damn people. Let's talk about their ass, right? Look at them. Yes, Master Boss. Look, this the Master. I'm right with you, Master, because y'all the government, y'all created, so we are right along with this construct. These are the images of American Indians. It don't say American Indians. Just to clarify, I want to go back up real quick, just so you guys can see this, right? I want to make sure you see that it tells you this is the images. What is imaging? The imagination, right? The images of the American Indians, and they have a native. You know, when we see American Indians, it's talking about us. We know when they talking about these natives, they say natives. But this is the blending, right? 1883. This is the whole reconstruction and, you know, the era of putting the indoctrination of a nation, right? The indoctrination of a nation, plantations, reservations, all these people that they done brought in, right? The image of an American Indian, putting out the image. What did I tell you guys? When you're putting out an image, that is creating the construct of brain mapping, putting the information on your mind. So now you believe this is to be true. This is the erasing of our memory. I know you guys understand that they have erased your memory by planting ideologies, thoughts, reconstruction, all of these things into your head. So now that you are reconstructed in your mind, in your government of the temple, which is your mind, all your thoughts are put in the image of a nation that they create. You only see that. So now those of you that are so lost in the sauce because you are like not connected to a true reality, these are facts. This is not fiction. This is just a fact. So let's go. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys see how they were doing this. Look at him and Master. Him and the Master just, you know, ready to perform their show, doing their traveling show. We're going to go travel to the Queen and show her. See, these Indians are what we have created for the new nation and indoctrination. See how they posing for the pictures? Yes, it's an image. It's an image. Actors, actresses, and actresses. See? Buffalo Bill leading the show Indian troupe. The show Indians. What is a show Indian? Is that an actor or an actress? Do you guys know? anyone know if that's an actor or an actress? If we know that the show Indians, the natives, are actors and actresses, I want you guys to put that in the chat. Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat, because the Buffalo Bill leading the show Indians troop, right? The first year of the Cody's Wild West show, right? The Buffalo Bill Indians, right? Trying to cover the truth of the true Buffalo Soldiers, right? Y'all know about the Buffalo Soldiers, right? We'll go in, get into that as well if you need to. So this is the construction of covering up the story of the true Buffalo Soldiers, the true Indians, so on and so forth. So they had to construct the story, right? They have Sitting Bull, that story we've heard about Sitting Bull all the time. The Noble Red Shirt, see, creating a new Noble Red Shirt. But then we just read in the book the other day that the tall Indian chief came in standing with his long ass red jacket. The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming to chop y'all damn heads off if y'all don't get the hell off this land. Come on, y'all. Stop changing the stories up, because we know the truth. We see it. There's too much truth. Immigration Act. Why the Immigration Act has to do with the nation that is being reserved, right? The nation of the imagination, right? Let's go. I ain't gonna read them all because it just tells you all the costumes. Look. Yeah, let me show this. Ann Oakley in Indian costume. Miss Oakley pretending to be an Indian. Indians, $5 damn Indians. All these people that were brought. We just went over the story. Nobody can deny this. Show Indians at the Columbian Exposition, taking them through the expedition. They had to create the world fairs to be able to create the stories and reconstruct everything that went along with their timeline, right? Writing themselves into our history. You get it? Y'all get it? Let's go. We're going to go. I ain't going to read all of them. Like I said, I got to go. I just want y'all to see. I want y'all to see for yourself. Should I start with the story? Because I got to get to something else too. We'll start right here.
Wild West show Indians in full costume marking the end of the trail. It is the purpose of this book to tell the story, frequently using the words of the participants, of American Indians in the shows. Although the book proceeds chronologically, the final 4 chapters are organized topically with occasionally overlapping time periods. The introduction examines certain legends of the American experience, chief among them the idea of savagery and civilization, and of the Indian as either noble or ignoble savage. The imagery created by Wild West shows is also examined. Historians have generally been critical of that imagery, in many instances repeating the criticisms of late 19th century Indian policy reformers. Chapter 1 briefly surveys a history of exhibitions, but devotes considerable attention to George Catlin. His career as artist and showman prefigures the Wild West show. Chapter 2 describes the origins of Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West, his early employment of Pawnees, and, with the employment of Sitting Bull in the summer of 1885, the shift of Indian employment to the Sioux. From the very first, Indian participation in Wild West shows was criticized by members of the Indian Service and Indian policy reformers. The controversy between the shows on one side, and the Indian Service and their reformer allies on the other, marked a struggle over whose image of Indians would prevail in the public mind. In addition to telling simply the story of Indian participants in the Wild West show, that battle of imagery is the central theme of the book. Chapter 3 tells about Cody's first trip with the Wild West show to England in 1887. English newspapers reported the lives of American Indians with considerably more detail and in generally positive terms when compared to press coverage in the United States. Cody's first transatlantic tour also marks the beginning of a more optimistic portrayal of Indians. Chapter 4, an interlude, then examines the attitudes of Indian policy reformers to the shows, and also discusses federal policies as they developed in the 1880s, culminating with the Dawes Act. Chapter 5 picks up the story again in 1889 with Cody's extended tour of Europe and the controversy back in the United States over his supposed mistreatment of his Indian employees. Chapter 6, continuing a discussion of Indian policy, explores the consequences of the ghost dance of 1890 on the Wild West shows, and the uproar in reformers' circles on Buffalo Bill's employment of the imprisoned ghost dancers from Fort Sheridan. Chapters 7 and 8 analyze the competition of images that played out at the World's Fairs between the government's version of show Indians and the Wild West shows. Chapter 9, on the heyday of the Wild West shows. Introduces the Miller Brothers 101 Ranch Real Wild West to the discussion. Their organization is compared to Buffalo Bills. The chapter ends with Cody's death early in 1917. Chapter 10, like chapters 7 and 8, returns to a discussion of imagery. It goes back to the beginning of the 20th century to assess changes in Indian policy and the attitudes of Indian commissioners about the shows down to World War I. It also describes the growth of Indian fairs and their promotion by the Indian Service as an antidote to the Indian imagery errated in Wild West shows. Chapter 11 focuses on the development of Western films. It also examines Indian themes depicted in the films of D.W. Griffith and Thomas Ince, and the attempt by Buffalo Bill in 1913 to recoup his fortune by filming his exploits once so rewardingly celebrated in the Wild West show arena. Chapter 12 chronicles the decline of the Wild West shows at the very time that Indian policy grew less hostile to show Indian employment. Finally, a brief epilogue examines the collapse of the last traveling Wild West show, and the legacy of show Indian employment. I use the term show Indians throughout the text. It first appeared in the correspondence of the Indian Service during the 1890s. In this work it refers to those American Indians who found employment in the various Wild West shows. I also employ it within a larger setting of American Indian performance. It implies no condescension, but rather recognizes a professional status. My use of the words civilized and civilization should be understood within the historical context, especially, of late 19th century Indian policy reform. Those words and the ideas they expressed burdened the language well into the 20th century. In the current paleoconservative climate, they still retain a certain cachet. In no way should it suggest my acceptance or endorsement of an arbitrary definition of culture, which, as reasonable people know, should never be defined in the singular. Surrounding the words with quotation marks, however, can be tedious and, indeed, condescending to the reader. Sioux appears regularly and prominently in the records of Indian participation in Wild West shows. It was applied most often in reference to the Teton One, or Teton Lakota, whose 7 members include the Oglala, Minneconjo, Bahenumpa, Two Kettles, Hunkpapa, Sikang, Brules, Sihasapa, Blackfeet, and Itazipco, Sans Arcs, tribes. I also use Sioux in its popular context. The largest group of show Indians were, nevertheless, Oglalas. As any number of authors have done, I also acknowledge the misnomer Indian. Nevertheless, most Indians with whom it has been my privilege to work and learn, prefer the term Indian to the more cumbersome Native American. Indeed, one of the things that show Indians helped to create was a genuine Indian identity that went well beyond ethnic or national affiliation. Although a number of oral history sources have been consulted, and research has been conducted among the families of show Indian veterans, knowledge gleaned from these has mostly provided background information and contributed to an appreciation for, if not always understanding of, cultural context. Such understanding comes only through immersion in a culture, often over a lifetime. Given the holes in the historical record regarding show Indians, it is difficult to present much in their own words or from their perspective. I have tried nevertheless to use the exact words of the show Indians wherever possible, knowing that sometimes, with translation, errors or muddled diction have marred the record. I have preferred direct quotation of words preserved in some instances at the moment they were spoken, taken from correspondence, transcripts of hearings, newspaper accounts, and manuscript materials from a variety of repositories. Acknowledgements. When an author composes the acknowledgements, it is usually a joyful occasion. It not only marks the completion of a project, but also provides an opportunity to repay, if only with a printed name, the debt one owes or the gratitude one feels for colleagues and friends whose generosity favored a work. Although both emotions are present, I feel also a certain wistfulness about the passage of time. It has been 20 years since I first thought about the possibility of doing the book, 11 years since a sabbatical from Northern Arizona University allowed me the time and resources to begin the research. In the intervening years, People at various institutions have changed jobs just as I have. A few people, friends, colleagues, and family members will never hear or read my words of gratitude. Thus the passage of time, and the absence of certain friends, wraps me in a most humorous sadness. Librarians, curators, and archivists at the following institutions, in the order that they were visited, 1984 to 86, are owed a special debt of gratitude. University of Arizona Library, Special Collections, Tucson, the Southwest Collection, Texas Tech University, Lubbock, the Panhandle. Plains Historical Museum, Canyon, Texas, the Indian Archives Division, Oklahoma Historical Society, Oklahoma City, the Cowboy Hall of Fame, the University of Oklahoma Library, Western History Collections, Norman, the Gilcrease Institute of American History and Art, Tulsa, the Federal Archives and Records Center, Kansas City, Missouri, the Lau Estate. Historical Department, Division of Historical Museum and Archives, Des Moines, the Nebraska State Historical Society, Lincoln, the Kansas State Historical Society, Topeka, Fort Hays State University.
Okay, so many others, right? Let's get to this. I want y'all to understand why creating all this, how doing all this. They keep talking the land. Hell yeah, the land is so freaking vital. It's like 90% of what's really, really important. But when we think about it, what else was in the land? What's in the land? What are all the things they digging up, trying to steal, searching, putting kids to health risk, even in Africa, cobalt, all these different things that are what? Minerals, right? Let's talk about the damn minerals. In the disbursement of these things that these people continuously abuse and misuse, and they try to hide and don't even make you have note of it. You're not even aware of the shit. It's just so absurd. But let's go.
Approved August 7, 1918. 1. These regulations, amendments thereto, and circulars pertaining to the reimbursable system must be filed in a loose leaf binder and hung on the wall or in a conspicuous place in field offices where they may be freely and frequently consulted by all persons concerned in the handling of reimbursable property in order that the most intimate familiarity with all the requirements may be obtained. 2. The term reimbursable funds as used herein applies to appropriations such as industry among Indians, reimbursable, or with a year attached, and tribal funds used in payment for services or property intended for the purpose of encouraging industry and self-support among Indians, but not to such funds as surveying and allotting Indian reservations, reimbursable, or irrigation Indian reservations, reimbursable. 3. Reimbursable funds shall be used in the purchase of seeds, animals, machinery, tools, implements, and for such other equipment or supplies as may be necessary to enable worthy individual Indians, or tribes of Indians, who do not have available means, to improve their economic conditions and attain self-support. Beneficiaries. 4. Great care must be used in selections of Indians, or families to receive assistance from these funds, so that only those who are reasonably industrious and worthy, who will take proper care of the
shit, my blood made me
articles
worthy.
furnished,
Is you crazy?
and who are willing and prospectively able to make repayment shall become beneficiaries.
Listen to this shit.
5. The value of property sold to individuals or families shall not exceed in the aggregate the sum of $600. 6. The following classes of persons will not be given aid from reimbursable funds except with the consent of the Co-Commissioner of Indian Affairs.
Persons.
A. White men married into the tribe. H. Indians known to be addicted to the use of liquor. C.
Where
Indians
it came
who
from.
will not pay their just and necessary debts when they have means to do so. 77643-18. D.
Hold on,
Indians.
I gotta put that in the chat, y'all. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna hold up. You see, the following classes of persons. Persons. What is a person, guys? A person is a corp. A person is a corporation. The following class of corporations incorporated into the state. I told you these people are indigenous to the United States Corp. All agents are agents of the state. Indigenous to the United States Corp. Incorporated persons. Person. A person is part of the corporation. Right? The following classes of persons. will not be given aid from reimbursable funds except with the consent of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, which includes what white men that married into the tribe. It also includes Indians known to be addicted to the use of liquor, shit that they brought, the ardent spirit that they brought over the land, another spiritual concept, right? The Indians who will not pay their just and necessary debts when they have means to do so. What debt? All the debt belonged to y'all once y'all made them citizens and took all the damn gold from all the Indians, right? Once they are citizens, shit, they can go right along with y'all system. What's the difference?
Who are regularly employed by the government or private interests. E. Indians who do not live with or care for their families.
Employed by the government.
Communities of Indians, or tribes as a whole. FF. Indians who have applied for patents in fee.
Patents in fee, huh?
Indians or families whose aggregate credit has once reached the sum of $600 and who have not repaid the entire amount.
Whose what?
Indians who have not become of age.
Aggregate credit. Aggregate credit from mineral rights, the credit that they received from the mineral rights once they were noted as a Cherokee or a tribal member, whether they have a bloodline to membership or $5 you paid or whatever it was, you were then entitled to aggregate your substance of credit. That's interesting, right? Let's hear that again.
FF. Indians who have applied for patents in fee. H. Indians or families whose aggregate credit has once reached the sum of $600 and who have not repaid the entire amount. I. Indians who have not become of age. 7. In all cases where Indian allottees indebted to the government for reimbursable property make applications for patents in fee or certificates of competency, and where field officers recommend that such Indians be given fee patents and a sufficient acreage is not retained in trust to equal in value the amount of the unliquidated reimbursable indebtedness, arrangements must be made for the settlement of such reimbursable indebtedness, or bonds with an approved surety company or 2 responsible individuals must be furnished. Reports stating clearly what arrangements to settle such accounts were made, the numbers of the unliquidated agreements, and the amount still due under each must be submitted with each such case. 8. Indians who have received patents in fee to their lands shall not be given assistance from these funds. Purchases. 9. Reimbursable property intended to be sold to Indians under these regulations must not be asked for on annual estimates for supplies. 10. Before obligations of any kind are incurred, dispersing officers must assure themselves unencumbered allotments of applicable funds are available. If applicable funds are available, liabilities not to exceed $500 in any one case may be incurred under the general authority granted in Order No. 32, and amendments thereto, and when the amount of the contemplated expenditure exceeds $500, authority therefore must be procured from the central office. 11. When requesting allotments of funds or authorities to make expenditures, detailed information in justification thereof must accompany each request.
Well, if you have your rights and you have your correct status, right, the allotment would be for funding, right? I told you guys each and every year, each town that you're staying in, the state that you're in, the township receives the allotted amount of money for your housing, the allotted amount of money for all of your essential needs, travel needs, food, cleaning supplies. All these things are supplied by the state. They have an security that is selected for the persons in the state because they are still part of the system, the government construct. So when you take control of this, you're able to assume your allotments and make sure that you go and get your property that you are due through essential needs, because all debt belongs to the United States. Why? Because they took on the debt when they accrued all the gold.
A proper justification should show for what purpose the allotment is required, or if authority to make purchases is requested, whether an allotment of funds is available to cover the transactions, whether the property asked for is needed for immediate use of the Indians, and the reasons why they need it. If the property is not required for the immediate use of the Indians, superintendents should indicate why the purchases are proposed at the time of submission of their requests and in advance of the need. The mere statement that it is desired to have the property on hand is not, in itself, sufficient to justify the purchase when the property is not needed for immediate use, and therefore the justification must go further and show in what way the efficiency of the service would be interfered with were the purchase made at a later time or when the need therefore arises. When the purchase of livestock is contemplated, whether for sale to individuals or for the benefit of the tribe as a whole, the justification must also show what provision has been or will be made to care for and maintain the stock. 12. To avoid duplication of work, such as results when numerous purchases are proposed for the same class of property, field officers should cause industrial canvasses of their jurisdictions to be made at appropriate tinas in order to ascertain the desires and actual needs of Indians worthy of reimbursable assistance. The needs thus ascertained should be tabulated and eliminations made of the names and needs of Indians deemed unworthy or otherwise unqualified to receive reimbursable property under these regulations, after which action, if the amount of the prospective purchase exceeds $500, the usual request for authority and justification thereof must be sent to the Central Office. 13. In the event property asked for by an Indian cannot be furnished, or an Indian-S name is stricken from the list, the applicant should be notified to that effect, so as to prevent possible expenditures of time or labor on the part of the applicant in preparation for the care and use of anticipated property which he or she will not receive. 14. Purchases must be made in accordance with General Regulations and Orders Number 2 and 32, and amendments thereto, precisely as in the case of purchases for school or agency. 15. The needs of all Indians desiring assistance for tools, implements, or equipment should be combined in one request for authority, and their needs for livestock should be submitted in a separate request. If the articles purchased under contracts based upon the annual estimates for goods and supplies are satisfactory to the prospective Indian beneficiaries, the purchase of such supplies should be recommended, otherwise proposals must be obtained. 16. Incidental expenses in connection with the purchase of property for sale to Indians under these regulations, such as railroad, express, and wagon transportation, etc., should be paid from the same appropriation or fund used in paying for the property itself, providing the expense occurred in the same fiscal year and the appropriation or fund is applicable therefore. See Sector 17. 17. Bills of lading and certificates of service for reimbursable property must show the number of the voucher covering the purchase of the property and the title of the appropriations or funds from which they are payable. See Sector 16. Handling of property pending sale. 18. Ale supplies purchased or manufactured on the reservation for sale to Indians subject to these regulations and not sold immediately upon receipt must be stored.
How they selling land to people or granting land or giving allotments to people on their own damn land? How could they be doing this? Does this even make sense to you guys? You know that these land allotments were created through BLM, all part of the show, all part of the bills, the Wild West show, the fake creation of Chief. They told you, they said how they created these people.
Far as practicable, in one place and in such manner as to protect them from theft or damage by weather conditions or otherwise. 19. When reimbursable supplies are not sold immediately upon receipt, or are to be retained for the benefit of the tribe as a whole, they must be marked in such manner as to identify them as being subject to the reimbursable regulations, and show clearly the number of the authority under which purchased, the fund symbol, and the selling price. This identification may be accomplished by means of a tag attached to each article, box, or pile of lumber. Identification tags must be securely attached so as to prevent their mutilation or loss before the property is sold. Handling of livestock. 20. All reimbursable cattle and horses bought and immediately sold to Indians must have the letter R with a bar through the final stroke branded thereon, thus anti-Cherokee, in addition to the individual's own brand. Cattle and horses bought for sale to Indians, but not sold immediately, must be branded anti-Cherokee on receipt, and when the sale is accomplished the brand of the individual receiving the stock must be added thereto. 21. All reimbursable cattle and horses bought for the tribal herds, or for the benefit of the tribe as a whole, must be branded anti-Cherokee. 22. In the event the brands herein prescribed conflict with brands already adopted by some stockmen on or adjacent to the reservation, they should be modified so as to avoid the conflict, and a facsimile of the brand applied must be recorded on the proper reimbursable property record. 23. Reimbursable sheep and goats, whether sold to Indians or maintained for the benefit of the tribe, must be earmarked in such manner as will distinguish them from other HKE stock not subject to these regulations, and a facsimile of the earmark used must be recorded on the proper reimbursable property record. 24. In cases where complete reimbursement has not been made to the government for livestock bought from reimbursable funds, whether it is in the care of individuals or maintained for the benefit of the tribe as a whole, the increase therefrom must be branded in the same manner and form as the parent stock and remain subject to these regulations until complete reimbursement of the amount expended has been made to the government. Sales to Indians.
Right, bro.
25. General authority is hereby conferred upon field officers to sell to persons entitled to become beneficiaries under these regulations all reimbursable property, including 5 stock, purchased specifically for sale to Indians. 26. The invoice price of reimbursable property, estimated cost of Rabo-Ad transportation evidenced by regular Rabo-Ad freight bills, procured from the local railroad agent upon receipt of the property, wagon freightage, and miscellaneous expenses payable from reimbursable funds, plus an addition of 5% of such charges, to offset possible losses in handling reimbursable property, shall be here after used as the basis for computing the cost of the property bought for the tribe as a whole or for sale to the Indians. For example, the selling price of a wagon, or any other article, shall be ascertained as follows: invoice price, 10 wagons $600. 00 railroad freight, 10 wagons, 42,892. Addition to the 5% handling charge provided for by section 26, 42,892. 50 selling price, each wagon, 89.2527. Where by agreement with the tribe or direction of the central office, an annual rate of interest is charged to beneficiaries of property bought subject to these regulations from tribal funds drawing interest in the Treasury of the United States. Such annual interest shall be in addition to the 5% handling charge provided for by section 26. 28. The selling price of property ascertained in accordance with the requirements of section 26 hereof shall be final and charged beneficiaries in agreements to reimburse. 29. The amount paid by the central office in settlement of railroad bills of lading shall not affect or change in any manner the selling price of property. The amount paid by the central office, however, will be covered into the appropriation ledger accounts. See Sector 73. 30. Unless all cash is paid in advance, no reimbursable property must be deferred to individual beneficiaries until an agreement is first prepared in triplicate, on Form 5-269, and signed by the field officer in charge, the beneficiary, and, when necessary, 2 witnesses. Copies of agreements must be complete in every detail, including signatures.
Contract.
31. Immediately upon completion, officer in charge, the amount paid by the central office, however, will be covered into the appropriation ledger accounts. See Sector 73. 30. Unless all cash is paid in advance, no reimbursable property must be deferred to individual beneficiaries until an agreement is first prepared in triplicate, on Form 5-269, and signed by the field officer in charge, the beneficiary, and, when necessary, 2 witnesses. Copies of agreements must be complete in every detail, including signatures. 31. Immediately upon completion of delivery of reimbursable property intended solely for the benefit of the tribe as a whole, an agreement on Form 5-269 must be prepared in the same manner and form as in the case of sales to individuals, the name of the tribe being written as party of the first part thereto. Expenses for labor performed from time to time may be carried in memorandum form until the end of each quarter and then summarized in one agreement. 32 Tribal agreements required by Section 31 must be signed by the field officer in charge and qualified representatives of the tribe. When it is impossible or impracticable to prosume the signatures of such tribal representatives, the field officer may sign for the tribe as its agent. 33 Payments to the government for property sold to persons entitled hereunder shall be so regulated as to give them opportunity to meet the same, but in no case should the final payment extend beyond 4 years from the date of delivery of the property to the beneficiaries, except when cattle represent the item of indebtedness. When not exceeding 6 years may be allowed for repayment. See SECS 51 and 54. 34 Repayments must be made with money and not by the performance of labor, unless the latter method of settlement is specifically authorized by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs.
Pushing
Preparation
in
of
money.
agreements.
Listen.
35. When not exceeding 6 years may be allowed for repayment. See SECS 51 and 54. 34 Repayments must be made with money and not by the performance of labor, unless the latter method of settlement is specifically authorized by
the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Repayments must be made with money and not with performance of labor. Performance of labor, not slavery. Performance of labor. Repayments must be made with money and not by the performance of labor. The introduction of fiat coming into the system. They were using in these fraudulent banks that were set up with the BLM office. Concurring the land.
The Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Preparation of agreements. 35 Hind practicable. Agreements will be prepared on typewriting machines. In order to avoid the reinsertion of agreement form in the machine, the name of agency or school in right-hand margin may be inserted with rubber stamp, and the agreement number with the numbering machine, or pen, and ink. 36 Agreements must be numbered beginning with 1, and continuing in order as they shall be executed. The same number must not be used twice, regardless of the fact an agreement may be paid in full or cancelled. 37 The purchase authority number inserted at the top of the form of agreement must correspond with the one written on the authority under which the property was procured. If purchased under order number 32, or amendments thereto, notation must be made to that effect. 38 The space provided for preceding agreement number is intended as a cross-reference to the next prior agreement entered into with the same Indian and must always be viewed in when applicable. 39 Where 2 or more funds were used in purchasing the property sold under an agreement, the amount chargeable to each fund must be stated in the body of the agreement. 40 The exact title of the fund or funds used in purchasing the property must be accurately stated in the body of agreements. When the property was produced on the reservation or at the school or agency, that fact should be stated in lieu of the title of a fund. 41 The amount charged on agreements for each article must agree with the unit selling price ascertained in accordance with Section 26, and shown on the reimbursable property record. See Sector 72. 42 When making sales for all cash on delivery of the property, no agreement need be prepared. 43 When agreement is made with one Indian, the word parties should be crossed out, and when with more than one Indian the word party should be cancelled. 44 The brands and descriptions of stock. See sectors. 41 The amount charged on agreement. 40 The exact title of the fund or funds used in purchasing the property must be accurately stated in the body of agreements. When the property was produced on the reservation or at the school or agency, that fact should be stated in lieu of the title of a fund. 41 The amount charged on agreements for each article must agree with the unit selling price ascertained in accordance with Section 26, and shown on the reimbursable property record. See Sector 72. 42 When making sales for all cash on delivery of the property, no agreement need be prepared. 43 When agreement is made with one Indian, the word parties should be crossed out, and when with more than one Indian the word party should be cancelled.
You hear this?
44 The brands and descriptions of stock should be stated in the body of the agreement as briefly as possible, consistent with proper identification. 45 The nature of agreements must be fully explained to the Indians before signing, using an interpreter whenever necessary,
think they made it clear?
and everything should be done to impress upon the debtor that he will be respond. liable for the proper care and use of the property, and that reimbursement must be faithfully made according to the stipulations contained therein. 46. The signatures of two witnesses should be secured in all cases where Indians sign by thumb mark, in which event the occupations and addresses of the witnesses should be shown, and in all other cases, when required by state law. 47. All changes, interlineations, or erasures in an agreement must be agreed to in writing by the parties thereto. 48. The originals of agreements must be sent to the central office, the second copies filed in numerical order at the agency, and the third copies given to the beneficiaries. 49. Agreements must not be attached to accounts or other reports, but should be forwarded to the central office as soon as the property is delivered to the Indian. A letter of transmittal is not necessary unless some unusual condition exists in connection with the transaction which requires an explanation. 50. Agreements must not be destroyed or permanently taken out of numerical order without authority from the central office. Collections. 51. Collections must be made from Indians on the dates and in the amounts stated in the agreements. See SECS 33 and 54. 52. When an account is not paid in full at the close of the 4 or 6 year period provided for by Section 33 hereof, no further extensions of time for payment shall be granted, and the account must be liquidated as soon as practicable.
Now, how would you be able to liquidate that as soon as possible when these people are y'all tools, right, that y'all been using? So this is how they control them under their citizenship, by making them follow or abide by these rules. I'm going to get into this, a little bit of this, very little bit of this real quick. Congressional power over Indian tribes and the federal trust relationship, right? The federal trust relationship. All this leads up to the trust and the mineral rights, the land rights, all the mineral rights that belong to you from your ancestors. I've shown you guys the list many a times of your ancestors. I'll show a few more today. Maybe getting out of here, I'll show a few. I have some things to do, but I can probably play at least the names. You can listen if you find or hear any of your names, and you know that they have allotted land. All these names that we'll go over are allotted lands that have been sanctioned for your ancestors if they are part of that group. The congressional power over Indian tribes and the federal trust relationship. The congressional power over the Indian affairs is derived from the Constitution, which assigns Congress the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. Article 1, Section 3. Congressional authority over the Indian affairs has been interpreted by the Supreme Court as unrestricted, except where subject to the Constitution, which strictures such power as plenary. The Constitution confers to Congress and powers as the powers of war and peace and making treaties and of regulating commerce with foreign relations and among the several states with the Indian tribe. These powers comprehend all that is required for the regulation of its intercourse with the Indians, They are not limited to or by restricted on their particular free actions. The shackles imposed on this power is the Confederation, and they are discarded. The shackles imposed on this power in the Confederation are discarded. Okay, hold on a second. Such congressional authority and the concomitant exclusion of Indian tribes from state authority, except where the authority of Congress as set forth as the Worcester versus Georgia, has been the basis for development of the foundational stone of relations between the United States and the Indian tribes. The foundational stone founded when they were inducted into this livelihood, right? The concept of federal trust responsibility for each tribe, a responsibility having its origin in treaties signed with the Indian tribes and confirmed in subsequent statutes and case law. In subsequent statutes and state law. law, trust, your trust, indebted through the government, your trust that your ancestors had set up for you through certain treaties that have been fraudulently created or impeded upon, changed. The original Constitution changed. All these things were protected under that, so on and so forth. So now they are taking all of your rights, which are things that come down through your bloodline, and assuming the control so that they can control a nation with all the fundamental resources. The only thing that has true value, right? Because fiat has no value. So if they're creating something that has no value for you, let's see, and then taking a thing that has value, that's like literal theft in your face, right? Manipulation at its finest. Okay. We're going to go down. Okay. The true origin of the relationship lies in the course of dealings between the discovered European nations and the Indians who occupied the continent, the Indians who occupied the continents, and the Indians who occupied the continent. Through the course of history, Indians concluded treaties of alliance or, after militant conquest, peace and reconciliation with the United States. In virtually all of these treaties, the United States promised to extend its protection to the tribes. Consequently, the trust responsibility by this government to the Indians has its roots, for the most part, in these early contracts and agreements with the tribes. The tribes ceded vast decrees of land and concluded conflicts of the basis of the agreement of the United States to protect them from persons, from corporations, to protect them from persons, to protect them from corporations who might try to take advantage of their weak position. Do you guys understand how important that is? I keep trying to explain. The corporation is who have the control because they're using you. They're in control of you through wardship and fiduciary responsibilities that they carry through the state. Once they're incorporated into the state, now they're able to be binded to do contracting, which is trading with the Indians. So trading with you would be what? Having you fill out an application, which creates a bond that they can now share and say, hey, yes, I am servicing this Indian. They're not going to tell you that, but that's what they're doing. Even if you're a pale Indian, black, native, whatever, anybody that has a citizenship that is tied into the state, they are servicing you. Now they have a service provider, and then now they can get paid through the state for you. And then they can make you pay double because you're not aware that you already paid for an item. You're not aware that when you went and signed an application, which was a bonding contract, didn't you just read when two people sign a contract, it is binded by a witness. The witness would be a car dealership, the mortgage company. You guys get it? Is that making any sense to you? I don't know if it is or not, but I'm trying to make it make sense. All right. Let's continue. Oh, my brother in the building. Peace, brother. Peace. Breaking it down. Oh, let me drop the link. I don't know if you want to join, bro, but in case, I know you're busy. But if you want to hop up here and talk about any of this, you're welcome to. Let's go. So let's finish this, guys, real quick. All right. Numerous statutes passed by Congress serve to expand this concept, right? Thus, for example, Article 3 of the Northwest Ordinances of 1789 provided that what? The utmost good faith shall always be observed toward the Indians. Wait a minute. Not the natives, but who? The utmost good faith shall always be observed toward the Indians. Their land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. Without their consent. Who the hell gave consent for you to take our shit? Nobody. So it can't be taken. That means what? They don't own it. That means what? Yeah, the government's dissolved. That means what? Yeah, they don't have no control over you. You have to control your own self, govern your own mind, body, and soul, spirit, and be inducted or induced into being proactive in your own life. When doing that, this is what ends up happening. So I'm going to read this again. The utmost good faith. When they say good faith, what are they talking about? The credit of the people, right? That's in number 1 statute 50, right? I'm going to put that in the chat for you guys, just so you guys can understand that. The utmost good faith shall always be observed, always be observed toward the Indians, always be observed toward the Indians. Their land and their property shall never be taken from them without their consent. And in their property, rights and liberty, they shall never be invaded or disturbed. Unless in just and lawful wars authorized by Congress. Really? Okay, let's put that disclaimer in there. You even ask this. Hold on, guys. Peace, brother. Peace. Do you hear this nonsense? They so crazy. How you doing this morning, bro? Tony? Your mic acting up, bro. I hear it coming in. Food bake lines getting long, yeah. I done heard a couple of people tell me they going to get to the food pantry just to get some sides. Okay, let me give brother a minute just in case he's coming back in. The food banks, yeah, because they are a lot of people can't even afford to get like sides, potatoes or rice or certain things. Meat obviously is very expensive, but yeah, everything's high. Everything's high. They're attacking us. They are attacking us. A brother probably coming in on another device. I'll read a little bit more, guys, while we're waiting. Okay. I want to put this in the chat for you guys too. Put this in the chat for you guys so you can make sure you get it. Okay. All right. Good faith shall always be observed toward the Indian. It shall always be observed toward the Indians. Always. How can you ever lose something that belongs to you? That's like somebody coming in your house and say, "Oh, I like your house. You need to get your ass out, and I'm going to live here now." No. That doesn't happen. Not in real life. It don't happen. It doesn't happen. Okay? So let's go on. Man, I wish I had this in the book so we could read for me, guys, but I'm going to keep reading a little bit. Another example, in the 1790 Indian Trade and Intercourse Act, subsequently amended and codified at 25 U.S.C. 177, which established the United States as protector of Indian lands. United States as protector of Indian lands. So they're not fulfilling their job. That means they're doing shit they ain't got no business doing. What's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How you this morning?
You already know, overgrown.
Yes. That's what I said.
I'm sending you some images.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sending you some images, and before I say anything further, much appreciate y'all American people. Stay healthy, stay strong.
You said something to the email, bro?
Yeah, I just emailed you right now. I was just listening while I was working, and I'm like, yo, you speaking my language. You just brought up Worcester versus Georgia, and you're going on some other information as well. And I mean, this is so important, when we deal with the fundamentals of things. You know what I'm saying? The fundamentals, the foundation of things. You know what I mean? Whether we dealing with our people or we're dealing with these foreigners. And so what you just pulled up right there, one of the good peoples, my man in Yoju, you know what I mean? He a wild Indian out of Ohio. You know what I'm saying? He shared this information right here. I haven't had a chance to go in full research mode on this information, but do you see what's right there on the screen though? Like with that image, it's communicating.
Yes, brother. Yes.
And this is from the 1800s.
Yep.
And so this is after the establishment of the quote unquote United States corporation and all of that.
Mm-hmm. They associate these are this they are what the members only, brother. That's what they are. They are members only gang. They are part of the incorporation. They always talk about indigenous. We are indigenous natives. We're indigenous. You are indigenous to the United States Corporation only. You're not indigenous to our lands. We just, brother, if you was listening, you see it just talking about how they ass bought into the lands and how they allotted them and all of this nonsense. Stop playing with us.
I mean, truth be told, right? You know what I mean? How can if the word indigenous means to come from the land, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't, this is so. pull up the legal definition of indigenous, right? Pull up the legal definition of aboriginal, autochthonous, etc., right? Now, when we look at these terms for what they have been already defined to mean centuries ago, like this is old information, right? Like the word indigenous, you know what I mean? That came before these foreigners. And indigenous, the original spelling of indigenous, it was indigenas, indigenous. Literally, remove the O, U, and the S, and after the N, put an A on that. That's the root origin. That's the etymology for indigenous. All right? Indigena. Pardon me. Yeah, pardon. People calling. As soon as I get on live with you, man. Random calls when I get to come in there. Come on, let me turn that off. Hold up. That's crazy. Yeah, do not disturb. Yeah. Anyway, so you got that one right there, right? So it says indigenous from Latin, indigena. See, it says it right there from Latin, indigena. Okay, which means native to the country, quote unquote. Refers to the earliest known people of a region or country. It is often used to describe the remaining population of a place that was colonized by a now dominant group. Hold on, let's run it back. The last sentence, the last element right there. It is often used to describe the remaining population of a place that was colonized by a now dominant group. Okay? Now, check it. This is where it gets funky for me at, right? In my work. Where while our American people within, let's just say, the past 150 years, we're just going to give it 150 years, you know what I'm saying? We can even give it 100 years. Let's just do 100 years. 2023 to 1923. Our people have been drop shipped everything black. Okay?
Period.
Yo, our people are not being made aware of what they was made aware of in past generations. I mean, the border education system, right? Where our youth going to public schools, going to colleges, universities, whatever, right? What's happening? They being educated on everything, quote unquote, Negro, colored, black, fast forward, African American. But meanwhile, in regards to our American nations, yo, nah, indigenous is not a part of that study, is it? No. True heritage and culture, etc. That pertains to us within our territories. That's not being presented to the youth, generation after generation. This is a problem. And that Worcester versus Georgia case you just brought up, yo, it says blatantly in there, a foreigner had to have a license to be within our territories.
Period. that's what, brother. Now, just so y'all understand that's going into what? The corp, the person. Remember, I kept showing you guys person. It said the person. That means the corp. As I keep telling you guys, they go into corporation. This is the only way they're allowed on our land. They have no ownership. These places say, oh, I own this building. You can rent from me. Bitch, I can't rent from you. You just built something up on the land that don't belong to you. So how are you charging me for any damn thing? That's why that shit go back to the state. It all charged back to the state legally because all debt belongs what? To the United States. So these persons or corps that have come in, they're setting up shop here to make a dividend off of you because they have nothing. And they can only use you to have that dividend incurred through applications and process. Didn't it just tell you 2 people have to sign, have to be in agreement? And it said they needed the witnesses. Tell them, bro. Get into it.
Now you're getting the money. Now you're getting to the money part right here. Hold on. All right. So
that's money.
So situation is right. Let's look at things from a reality standpoint, right? When you know that this American soil that we stand on, that we breathe air through, that we have a connection to, and all of that is yours, right? I'm talking about this entire continent, right?
The entire thing.
But, however, we got people in different locations, different territories. Different territories have different names. But then you got these states, companies that came in, if you will. All right. And now they shut up shop, right? Big business. And so that's where I'm at with it. On one end, you have the people that don't know. And you got the people that do know, right? So when you know that this is your land, right? How are you paying a foreigner to live on your land? Let me ask you that first.
Make it make sense, brother. Please make it.
How are you paying a foreigner to live on your land? I mean, like you said, contracts a moment ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's get this straight real quick. A foreigner abandoned their country of origin. They left.
A nut-ass land.
They left. Like religious persecution, they say. Warfare and famine and disasters. And they ain't none of our responsibility.
That's right.
I mean, I just want to be real honest with the people. I'm always honest with the people. I'm just saying, at what point in time, how is it logical for our American nations, for our American nations, and the peoples within our American nations to become responsible for everybody that declared war on us?
All them damn orphans.
Is warfare.
That's right. That's right. They talk about the orphan train, brother. Just so y'all realize, remember, they just told y'all the thousands and thousands of people that came in and they had to apply for these applications because they want to anoint them as being part of the tribe. These are orphans too. Shit, they adult orphans. We had children. They all come the orphan trains, the orphan train. There were adult orphan trains too, and ships. Go ahead, bro. Bringing all that shit in here.
I mean, these are the real world dynamics, and it's still happening right now. Like we have fundamental truth that is not being presented from a level of engagement as it needs to be. I mean, we have more ignorance being promoted. Oh, somebody got shot. There was a robbery. Oh, we got illegal immigration. Oh, da 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 da. What are the fundamental issues to all of these problems, right? Fundamental issue to me is real simple. It's real simple to me. Yo, we have foreign criminal exiles documented.
Documented everywhere, all over.
It's
we can't get
documented.
around it. The shit crazy.
Criminal exiles was shipped to our territories. These were territories that already had law and order established. We already had that.
That's right.
Remember, nowhere in history, and I invite anyone to this question here to answer this question. Show me anywhere in history where American Indian nations engaged in routine genocide century after century, as was done between Euro, Africa, Asia. That means we are different. That means that, we don't have the same beliefs. And like, we're life-based. I mean, when the foreigners and the oldest foreigners text, right? 15, 16, 17, 1800s, to this day, they still finding new plants and new herbs and new minerals to exploit. They study and then they exploit, right? Life is abundant to this day. Foreigners come over here to this day. Why? Because of the abundance of life that is not present where they came from. But the fact remains, they have destroyed already Central and South America. They're still actively engaged in destroying Central and South America as well as the Caribbean. These are facts. But who with the loud voice via mainstream media and social media is actually telling the people the truth? Because we got people with the loudest voices encouraging everything foreign. And there you go, the land of milk and honey. ask a question like this. What does our American people need from a foreigner?
Nothing, because they ain't got shit to give.
But no, let's break it down. Let's break it down. Let's put it in context.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay,
Nada.
so, yo, do we need their food?
Nope.
Do we need their air?
No.
Do we need their water?
No.
Do we need their soil?
No, it's dry.
Okay.
They got shit
do we need their music?
Nah.
Okay. Do we need their clothes, their fashion?
Not at all.
Okay, so, but meanwhile, everything that we don't need from them, they need from us. Ain't that crazy?
That part. That part. They can't survive without everything we got over here. Come on now.
I mean, it's documented generation after generation, like century after century. Yo, they exported everything from here to the point where it's now they're importing our exports. What they exported, I'm talking about our crops, our technology, etc. They exported and then they brought it back, they ran it back, and now they done marked it up and this, that, and other because, labor is cheaper over there. Well, they have a whole slave population where they come from. Each of those foreign nations, they don't have no regard for their own people.
No.
Talk about old mafias, old cartels, old cabals, etc. These are old organizations. And they sent their criminals over here.
That's right.
And they populate what they call the criminal justice system. Ain't that special?
Ain't that special? Do you know, brother, real quick on that? Now, check this out. Do you know, I don't know who all has received one, that they sending out the census thing again. Remember the census was right before the so-called CV.
No.
Nothing.
Hold on. I got a question. Census is supposed to be conducted every 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is 2023 approaching 2024. How are they putting out a new census right now?
Bro, they just sent out the new census card.
Is this a federal or state?
What's up? Good morning, babe. They just sent out a new census card, bro. They sent it out for the people. I got some pics. Dang, I gotta send it to. Go ahead. I'm gonna bring it up. The shit crazy. The shit crazy.
Yo, hey. Yo,
crazy.
They trying to get their numbers right. They trying to get that's all they
right.
Numbers up. Yo, they doing. Yo, this is statistical research.
That's right.
Man, hey man, yo. We need our American people on so much point right now. We need our people like really knowing what's up for real, man. Because like the game is beyond rigged. Like it's manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Like this whole situation that we're dealing with, all the injustices, all the abuses, everything has been literally manufactured by foreign criminal exiles. The people that say we the people, etc. Yo, when you put that into proper context for yourself with the actual documentation and records, when you have the evidence showing that there are literal criminal exiles, foreign criminal exiles, who have bred and have been crossbred, and now they have AI. We dealt with past centuries of artificial intelligence. Now we're dealing with current active artificial intelligence. Yo, what are we going to do as the natural people? Because one thing I haven't heard them natives say never is that they're natural. How about that? They can't make that claim. Look, Aboriginal law and definition, legal definition. The word Aboriginal means the first or earliest known. Aborigines are a group of people, quote unquote, native to Australia. Okay. How about this? Before they went to Australia, they came to America. America being a continent. America not coming from a Vespucci. Vespucci is a fallacy. His birth name was Albericus. It wasn't Amerigo. America come from the name of mountains that extend from South America to North America. So continuing, they designated this American continent to be a penal colony, 1. 2, they came in contact because out of Asia, you're able to, if you travel further south, right? Now you can reach Australia, right? They've been colonized Asia. Remember, these are the Caucasus. We don't got no business with them. What's ours is ours. And see, this is the problem, right? When we have people that's communicating to us that wants to crossbreed us, they want to cross-pollinate, if you will, intellect, mind, and spirit, right? With other foreigners. We don't have that luxury while we're being actively colonized. How can you feed the world when you're struggling to feed yourself?
You can't even wash your ass though. Slow down, bro. Let's get back to the point. They can't even wash their ass. Let's go back to the point where you said, do we want that water? We don't even want the water that y'all pen and doo-dooing in, then y'all drinking the same water. Y'all bathing once a year, having y'all annual bath once per year. Like, we don't even want your air. We don't want y'all pathogens, y'all germs, none of that shit. Y'all bringing all that stuff over here. Y'all have nothing to offer us. Just like literally, like y'all can't even like understand what the concept of soap is. But we want something from y'all. Let's make this clear.
The concept of soap, like they claim the Moors. They claim the Moors taught them how to wash. That's a fallacy. How I know this to be true? Because they was filthy when they came here, all of them, including the Moors. They was all filthy when they came here. We had to teach them when they came here. So how is it that somebody's going to make a claim like, we civilized a savage? But hold on, you called us savages because we was natural. With civilization. We had our own economies here. We had our own agriculture here. We had our own cities and villages and towns, etc. We had all of that here. We didn't need nothing from a foreigner. To this day, we still don't.
Shit, they wouldn't even have the concept of a damn government if they ain't come here and see how shit was getting ran, huh, bro?
So that
what they know about the government?
Say that one more. Say that again, please.
Not one concept of what a government construct is. Not even knowing anything about it until coming here and observing it on our land.
And what type of government are you referring to here?
We're talking about the government of the mind and the people being able to govern themselves, working together. Maybe they had some fights among each other. For
that sounds like a democracy.
Yeah,
exactly. Democracy started right here with this American continent. Our voting system was always of the people. That's why it worked so well when they integrated their schemes, right? Like, the right to vote. The right to vote. Hold on. Like, imagine saying that to an Indian back in 1776. The right to vote. Like, hold on. I'm on my land. What you mean the right? Like, hold on. Wait, what? Man, my daughters, my sons, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, our neighbors, my people, man. We always got the right to vote. Like, mommy, daddy, what are we eating today? I want squirrel. I want deer. We about to have a vote. What we eating tonight? Because we got plenty. I want that with some corn. I want that with some of the quote-unquote stuffing. Right? Because it's that season again, right? The holiday season and all. It's that season again.
Harvest season. It's harvest time.
And now we about to feast. But what exactly do you want to eat? Every daughter and son's plate about to be a little bit different. Grandma's plate might be exclusive. Grandma might only want some venison.
That's right.
She might not want no wild boar. But she might want some of that, some of that, What's that good corn? The cream of corn?
Maize. Some cream of corn. Yeah. That country cream corn. Damn. Yeah.
She want that creamy corn.
That's right. Straight off the
creamy pie
top.
with some venison splashed on top like a gravy.
And remember, bro, we didn't have no canned foods and shit. So that was what straight cut it off the cob, right?
Oh yeah,
Put
it was
in your
fresh.
pan. Come on, y'all. We talking about that real cream.
Super fresh.
Man, that stuff tastes so good. I miss it.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. I mean, like, yo, this is where we at right now in 2023,
Right.
approaching 2024, where our youth is being told that, turkey and collard greens and all of this is slave food. Come on, hold on. Yo, to this day, them slaves, to this day, like I'm talking about slaves right now, they don't even know what we eat over here. So if they didn't know it then and they don't know it now, then how is it slave food? When we got whole food, I mean, whole meat, whole vegetables.
All the stuff that we was offering these hungry ass people, huh? Well, the Thanksgiving. It was a Thanksgiving, all right, feeding y'all. Y'all wasn't used to this stuff. They couldn't even believe their eyes. We was reading the book the other day, bro. They was like, oh my gosh, they didn't even know how to act. They were seeing all this food and oh my goodness, they were just having a fit because they were so excited to see the amount of food that was available. Just
And how beautiful our people was and all of that. I mean,
giving, kind, yeah, so sweet. Oh, they were so generous and loving, yeah.
Oh no! I see. I got other stories about quote unquote Thanksgiving, right? Have you seen the information about a starving time?
Ooh, the starving time.
Look that up. I don't know. Me and Chief Two Hawks. We was making a series for some years. I don't know if we're gonna do it again this year.
Look it up on your page.
Last did it.
Look it
no,
up.
Not legal. No, this is an actual. This is an actual review. This is actual historical literature.
Okay. So what now? What I'm looking at?
Starving time. A starving time.
Oh, a starving time. Okay. Let's check
a starving time. You can even type in. You can include in that as a suffix Jamestown.
Jamestown. Ah, we just read on Jamestown. We didn't read about that particularly now because that's not ringing the bell, but we definitely went over information.
Oh, this is exclusive right here. This is exclusive. This that. Ain't this quote unquote Thanksgiving week right here?
Hold on, brother, about to tie it in. Slow down, bro. Slow down.
Yeah. And not to mention the legal aspects associated with it. You was dealing with Worcester versus Georgia and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, right.
I'm just trying to provide some tremendous background for the people here.
Look at these crosses. Look at all the crosses.
Here we go. Got to get into it.
Look at the crosses. Go ahead, brother. Get into it.
Yo, what Herbo said right here. Herbo, yo, hey, appreciate your presence. We ate food. We ate fruits right off the tree. We ate everything right off the. Come on, man. And now we dealing with GMO out the stove.
And off the ground, bro. They literally was walking. The fruit was so abundant, so big. A damn apple probably you needed 2 hands to hold. Like, think about it. The fruit was so abundant. It was laying on the ground from the vine. Bro, we read it. Man,
I got some texts I haven't even presented on YouTube or social media yet, where a watermelon was like the size of a car.
Bro, I got a picture. I gotta go to it. I'm gonna show you the grape. The people was carrying the grapevine. It was 2 men carrying the grapevine, bro. It had like maybe I'll say 30 grapes on it. It was so huge. It had 2 men that had it on a big old pole, and both of them was carrying it. Literally.
Yo, for real.
Literally.
like foreigners in their oldest literature. See, and this is why it it makes me want to fall back because we got people that like these black celebrity influential characters where it's like, yo, they telling y'all lies.
Yeah.
To the point where you've already been lied to prior to you coming across their little YouTube channel or their big YouTube channel. Part it's little to me, but it's big to them, right? Anyway. They've already been lied to. Then they came across that channel and then they thinking they're dealing with truth. Because it's quote unquote new information. Anyway, point being, man, it's very unfortunate that we have communications that are revising our history, our heritage, our culture, etc., right? Reducing the value of our people while they're celebrating everything foreign simultaneously. This text that we're about to get into right now, this is one of my favorites. Tony Furlow, appreciate your presence. How you doing? Sister Soul, if you can you press control and then the plus sign on your keyboard, please?
On this page that I'm showing, bro?
That's correct. Yes. Control plus.
Control plus. Dang, where's the plus? Okay. Now the plus, I got to shift to do it. Can I do that or just?
No, just control. There you go. You're doing it right now. Control and the plus sign.
I need to hold it, bro, or just press it?
Yeah, just hold control, hold the control key and press the plus sign so that we can have all of this on the screen. There we go. Perfect. Right there. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Yep.
Gotcha.
So the starving time was the winter of 1609 to 1610. When food shortages, fractured friendship, and a siege by Powhatan Indian warriors killed 2 of
Powhatan. Sorry, bro. Maybe you already know this song. I'm a Powhatan. You want to show it, bro?
Yo, run it. Yo.
Yeah. But hold on, let me read this. I got the
spirit. You invoke the spirit of that nation right there. Let it go.
Go ahead, bro. Yep. Let me go grab it. Go ahead, read
pull it up. Pull it up. Then we go continue reading. Yeah, I was thinking about hearing man. I'm going crazy over here, man. Like this work been crazy. But I was about to play Al Green. How can you mend a broken heart? And I couldn't play it because it's like, yo, I can't do it right now. You know what I'm saying? So like,
take you there.
you just brought up this song right here. I'm like, I could do this song right here. I could do this song. You know what I mean? Like, I'll listen to Al Green later. Shout out to Al Green. Shout out to all the Greens. Because them Indians, you understand what I'm saying? Them Indians.
For sure.
Once again, yo, whose music do we need? They had to make something called Afro beats. What? Man, stop playing, man. Come on, Afro. Yeah, yo. American artists have been smashing the entire music industry internationally for too many generations, yo. And it's very unfortunate when you got Indians like James Brown that died broke, but meanwhile the corporation in which they had a contract to done capitalized ridiculously, profited ridiculously. You know what I mean? And these are the things in which we have to keep in mind and prevent our youth from experiencing moving forward. Yes, it's so. You got that song coming up?
Yep, I'm ready. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Let's share it. Let's get y'all up in the right little groove today. Y'all know this is my favorite. I can play this back to back like 4 or 5 times, but let's go.
In this culture. So, I gotta put it down like this. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood-led Indian and original All-American. My skin color is tan, man. You can say it's brown and just look at my head, one side shade round. Look at me now, my body marked up, red paint on my face, no clothes on my butt. What? Nah, deer skin cover up, the boat on my side. I let the arrow glide. I'm a hunter, a farmer, a fisherman. Everything that I need, I get from the land. I make my own clothes, my own weapons too. When you see the moccasins, then I'm stepping through. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood-led Indian and original American. I'm ruling everything. That's right. Call me the big chief. Powhatan, everybody else is beneath. All the villages, each and every tribe. I make the laws, I control if you live or die. The chiefs under me, they collect the tax. Animals scan bees while I just relax. Collecting deer and turkey, put them in the temple. It's just that simple.
Power 10 government.
Stop playing, yo.
Power 10. I'm a power 10.
Come on, man.
Power 10. I'm a 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 Eastwood land, Indiana. Let me break it down so you understand. Man, I was very young. That's right. When I took my spouse, yeah, she cooked my meals. She built my longhouse. From jewelry to pottery, we got art. True. Even kids do it big. Yeah, we work hard, but we
No, that's
play
right.
too. That's right. Games just like you. Wrestling, foot race. Yeah. We're very musical. We like to sing and dance, party and clap our hands. Celebrating life. I'm like a power 10.
Yo,
Period.
Sister Soul.
Period.
Oh, yo, thank you for running that back. Yo, thank you for doing this morning. Oh my goodness, yo. Man, hold on, yo. Like, see, because now we about to get into warfare. You know what I mean? Like, so it said power time. I'm just like, yo, come on, man. Like, yeah, yo, you on point with it. Yo, good look, yo. Man, that's good energy right there, man. Much appreciate y'all American people, man. Yo, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get in contact with that young man right there and his peoples. You know what I mean? Because like that's good right there, man. That's good right there. You know what I mean? So, all right, let me get my energy right. Let me get my energy. I gotta calm down a little bit, man. That was good right there, man. Like the value in the words. Like, do you understand? Like the young. I don't know if he wrote it or somebody else wrote it, but like, yo, anyway, I'm not getting analytical.
Spitting, bro. He was spitting.
He was spitting.
He wasn't rapping a little something. He was spitting. There came the knowledge, the info, and the light and the truth. Come on now. He was spitting.
Man, let me read this starving time situation about what was going on against our American people, because although it's referencing the Powhatan here, right? Yep. Keep in mind, the colonists was hitting the entire East Coast during this period here. You also had events taking place on the southern border, as well as the western, all right? Keep this in mind. But this one right here, this one is giving you context into those Morisco, Marranos, European exiles, and what they was really doing here. We talking about mixed complexions, pale skins to black skins. These were not Indians who later want to become, quote unquote, Native American political parties and all of that, right? Let's get back into it. The starving time was the winter of 1609 through 1619. It gets deeper than that when you really get into the, 1609 to 1610. It gets deeper than that when you really get into the research, right? Because there was a lot of warfare going on from the early 1600s throughout the mid 1600s, and there was treaties made to stop the wars, okay? Powhatan was not playing with these foreigners, man. Keep that in mind at all times. They was not playing with them. So here you go. When food shortages, fractured leadership. And now the food shortages was because the foreigners didn't know how to hunt here. They didn't know how to hunt. They didn't know how to grow nothing. They were just a whole bunch of destitute, deprived, criminal exiles that was shipped to this North American continent, right? Well, this American continent. They was worthless, right? Expendables, as I call them, right? Continuing. Fractured leadership. Well, they was also led by criminals. When you really get into the research, it was all criminals involved. Bottom line. And the siege by Powhatan Indian warriors killed 2 of every 3 colonists at James Fort. They built a little location for themselves. After making agreements with us, and we told them, like, hey, yo, check it. Like, yo, you shipwrecked, you came on our land, And yo, y'all can stay right there and y'all can figure y'all way back home. But nah, we ain't feeding y'all though. Long story short. So that goes to the food shortage. We not feeding y'all, right? Continuing. From its beginning, the colony struggled to maintain a food supply. Of course. Like, imagine somebody coming into your community and building a tent, right? They set up a little tent. They set up a couple tents. But they don't know the land. They don't know the territory. They don't know nothing. They're ignorant. They're worthless to life. Their existence is futile, literally, right?
Squatting damn pathogens.
There we go. Continue with now. Look how it goes. Trade relations with the Virginia Indian tribes were strained because a severe 7-year drought stressed food supplies for everyone in the region. Now, I don't believe that. Not at all. I don't believe none of that. Because we've always had abundance.
Plenty.
Continuing here. Huh?
I said, yeah, plenty.
We had plenty, but it was strange for them because we're not about to feed y'all. Why
right.
should we feed y'all? Like who
why
are
y'all
you?
fighting us?
Why we gonna feed you? Like, you came here. We didn't invite you here. You just invited yourself. And so stay right there and you figure out what you need to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Now continuing. Captain John Smith, here we go. Captain John Smith had some success trading European goods for corn. Uh-oh. What's he trading? Well, he got some pistols. He got some rifles. He got some European knobs. He got some design. He got that foreign. You know what I mean? He got that foreign, that exotic shit. You know what I'm saying? And so he's trading that for food, right?
Right.
So,
they tried to act like we didn't have firearms till they came. Now, we did have things. We had cannons, firearms. We had stuff, but they had different tools. They made things differently. So, of course, they're like, hey, like the brother said, think of it like, damn, that's foreign. Look how the brothers be now. Oh, I want a foreign vehicle and such and such and such. Yeah. They want something different.
Yeah, I don't know that we have firearms during those times, man. Because
I think they had some cannons and things or something, bro. I'll pull up some pictures. I've seen some things with like the rifles. I'm talking about the rifles was like about 5 feet long, bro. So they had to be some giants that had them rifles.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I'm
gonna try to pull it up. Hold on a second. While you talking, I'm gonna go ahead.
All right. So it say here, Captain John Smith had some success trading European goods for corn. So we gave him corn. Like, that's an easy crop, right? We like, yo, we got abundance of corn. Take some corn, man. You'll be all right. Eat some cream of wheat. You'll be good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, ain't that slave food too? Didn't they make that slave food? What's that? The mush?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mush.
Mush. Like. So hold on. Are you telling me that the Indians gave them? Our ancestors gave them some like kibbles and bits of corn. We gave them some corn and we showed them like, hey man, this is what you can do with this corn, man. You could break it down, mix it with some water, and you can stretch it to feed everybody. You need to feed. You know what I mean? While we over here eating what we eating, but mind your business though. You're gonna eat that mush, and we gonna eat abundance and all of that. I mean, come on, right? Yo, it says right there. Yo, they traded for corn, and it says, first 2 years of the settlement, but his strong arm tactics. His strong arm tactics also angered the tribal communities.
Mm-hmm.
Here
they do too much. Here they go.
Here you go. You're doing too much, man. Doing too much, man. Like, come on, man. Why you trying to fucking rob the people, right? Aware of the food shortages, the Virginia Company. Now we have the true party involved. The Virginia Company. Dun, 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 dun. That's right. Mm-hmm. Hey, yo, I ain't saying nothing wrong with cornmeal and mush. I ain't saying nothing wrong with it. I'm saying, cream of wheat's good. Cream of wheat's good all day with corn or wheat, whatever, however you like it. But I'm saying, though, that's what we gave them while we ate better, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Look, I'm with that cream of wheat, though. I got this. Listen, that's my thing. Cream
Yo,
of
that's
wheat,
I mean, yo, grits.
malto meal.
Grits.
Come on now.
Hey, yo, what is grits? What is grits?
Same
Come on,
thing.
stop playing, y'all. Y'all know what's up. It's all good when you know what to do with it, right?
That's right.
Anyway, continuing.
Season it up. They don't know about that, but go ahead.
I mean, I like sugar and cheese in mine with some black pepper. You feel me?
That worked. Look, I could do me some what you call it, some butter and a little bit of honey and some salt. Oh my goodness! But go ahead, bro.
Yo, you like the way my grandmother like it, man.
Yes.
And my grandma joint be fire, man. I had my grandmother's again, so you know, I'll be on quick whip mode. You feel me? But anyway. Aware of the food shortages, Virginia company sent a fleet of 9 ships. Ain't this something? 9 ships.
9 ships. Damn, that sounds like pregnancy almost. But go ahead, bro.
Yo, how many people's on these ships? How many people's on these ships? What kind of people's, like, who is on these ships? And once again, we're dealing with Indians. These are natural people, natural men, women, children. These are natural people of the land, right?
That's right.
And now they got to deal with a fleet of 9 ships of humans, a subspecies that's been crossbred for like 800 years plus, and our ancestors didn't know nothing about what was coming. Truth be told, let's deal with the fundamental truth here, okay? Let's continue. With new colonists, it says, right? Can you highlight that? With new colonists, please. New colonists. Come on. New colonists. And once again, these are foreign criminal exiles. And enough supplies to last through the winter. So that means they got food, they got clothes, and they got arms. Some swords, some daggers, some guns and bullets, muskets, and what have you. They have whatever supplies that was sent over here, but the fleet was scattered and damaged by a hurricane. So they lost a lot. They lost a lot while trying to come over here to colonize, right? Continuing, the largest ship, the Sea Venture, okay? Now, for those of y'all like doing research, I'm going to put it like this. Look up who was on the Sea Venture. That's the name of a ship right there. You want to define who were the passengers on the Sea Venture, okay? And venture means business, okay? Keep that in mind. Sea Venture. Anyway.
Titanic. Okay, go ahead, bro. Titanic. No, go ahead.
Titanic. You know what I mean?
Message.
Message. The Sea Venture was shipwrecked on the island of Bermuda with much of the supplies and leaders such as Captain Christopher Newport, Sir George Summers, and Sir Thomas Gates. Damn. So hold on. Them Moors shipwrecked?
Not the Lords.
No, those are Moors.
Those Lords, bro. Not the Lords getting shipwrecked. Oh my goodness.
Those are Moors who were lords over there.
Oh wow.
I mean, you gotta know the history. This is the period of King James right here.
Putting it all out there.
True or false? True or false? Am I lying?
No, absolutely not.
All right. In mid-August, some of the ships arrived at Jamestown with 300 colonists and few supplies.
But they got 2,000 people. They bring 2,000 slaves and shit, but they ain't got no supplies. Make that make sense. Go ahead, brother. Could you?
Yeah. Smith was badly injured by a mysterious gunpowder explosion. Damn. Ain't that some shit? Okay. And forced to return to England. So hold on. That means y'all can return, right? Let's just make sure we're interpreting this correctly, right? Sir Smith, Captain Smith, was badly injured by a mysterious gunpowder explosion. So I'm interpreting mysterious as being that the gunpowder should not have exploded. He might have been set up to get killed, right?
Makes sense to me.
They trying to off him. They was like, man, get him out of here. So he ended up going back to England. So therefore, if that's the case, then how come the rest of them ain't want to go back? They should have gone back with him, right?
You would think.
Imagine if the Powhatan was aware of all of this. Imagine. Anyway, continuing. George Percy became president of the council and faced the lethal combination of dwindling food supplies and an order by Chief Powhatan that his warriors should attack any colonists or livestock found outside the fort. Come on. That means they are not supposed to be here. That means they are in violation of our American nation's laws. That's what that means. This is illegal immigration, to put it in context in 2023, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, kill them, don't feed them, period. Continuing, Percy later wrote that the Indians killed at last, or hold on.
Killed as fast without the fort.
As famine and pestilence did within. Damn, killed as fast without the fort. Like outside the fort, it was off with their heads.
Gotta go. Like literally.
And then within the fort, they died of famine. They starved to death. Famine, starved to death. Pestilence, disease. It was quarantined. How about that? It's quarantine, right?
Right. Stay out last in them damn tents. Do not move. Do not go out. Do not spread your pathogenetic behind around this damn plane. Don't do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that part. Y'all spreading shit. Our people getting sick. The water getting nasty and dirty and shit. Like, come on, y'all. There's too much going on. Y'all got to hold on and stay over here.
Continue it. It say Percy calculated the meager rations of half a can of meal a day. A can of meal. That means it could be anything in a can. Like it could be some corn. It could be whatever they canned up that we gave them, or whatever they brought from Europe. That's all they had to eat. They had to spread that out. Would get them only halfway through the winter. He wrote that to satisfy their cruel hunger, some went into the woods looking for serpents and snakes. Yo, they went into the woods. They left the fort because they was hungry, and they're looking to eat snakes.
Snakes, bro. They were starving to death. About to cut that damn rattle tail off, that head off, and roast her up. That's what they was doing.
And now it's about to get gruesome, y'all. It's about to. Hey, yo, you want a foreign horror story? Now it begins.
And the truth shall prevail.
Dig the earth for wild and unknown roots, but those people were cut off and slain by the savages. Salvages, they called it. Savages, right? Starvation. What you saying?
The salvages. They said the salvages, brother. Yeah. What the heck?
Starvation weakened the colonists and led to sicknesses such as dysentery and typhoid. The colonists ate shoe leather and butchered 7 horses brought from England the summer before on the ill-fated fleet. Percy wrote, then having fed upon horses and other beasts as long as they lasted, we were glad to make shift with vermin as dogs, cats, and mice.
Oh, like they do now in the Chinese restaurants. Oh my gosh, and y'all eating the shit. Oh,
this is Euro, African, Asian survival, if you will. Stop playing.
It's disgusting.
Stop playing. And now they selling it here?
Now they selling it here, packaging the shit up. Years ago, I remember finding an ad, brother, where they was showing on Facebook. They had the mice. They had the skin and clean mice in the packages, brother, and they were shipping it to America. This was disclosed on the freaking thing. Literally, they had them shipping them just like it was a package of chicken. Kid you not?
Yep. And so, support the foreigners at your own risk. That's what I say to the people. Continuing. There were charges of cannibalism. Highlight that, please. We need that highlighted.
Yes, charges of cannibalism. Charges.
Hey, Mark, can you control plus this a little bit more too, please?
Let me see. Control plus.
Yeah. Matter of fact, let me Let
A
me
little
go
more
big on my
right there.
screen too. I hope doesn't interfere with my memory. Oh no, this is perfect. This is perfect right here. Yeah, this is good. I just did the screen big on my side. I'm on a computer right now.
Okay.
There were charges of cannibalism. Starving settlers dug up dead corpses out of graves to eat them, and others licked up the blood which had fallen from their weak fellows. They ate each other and they dug up graves. Did
Y'all
they not
heard
do this
these
in
stories,
Europe?
bro. This is the crazy part. They got to remember they've heard these stories. Y'all hear people talk about this. Y'all heard people speak on this here and there. They'll say, "Oh yeah, they did this, they did that." Listen, y'all. This is actually telling the whole story of how they did it, when they did it, the time they did it, where they did it at, who was doing it, the people that came over who needed it because they were starving. The reason they was doing it, this is why. They was hungry. Yes. And it was in Jamestown. Yes. This is disgusting.
In Powhatan Nation territory,
Coming
this is
around my
what they
people.
brought here to us.
Around my people. That's what's up. That's crazy. They need to. Ooh.
Yo, and it's not limited. It's not limited to that particular region and territory.
Right.
Keep in mind, these are all the breeds of the same people, foreigners.
Look, and then look, they digging them up. And then the even more disgusting, the same, say 2 days ago, right? They had a homeboy. They was traveling on the ship together. They done came to the land, this, and that. These people got blood, so they licking their blood. They licking the blood from the people that done died, or, they got real weak and sick. They licking disgusting, tainted blood. Do you hear this shit? Listen, look at this part again. Lick up the blood which had fallen from their weak fellows.
I got something for you.
The pus and this should make me in the comment, bro. Go ahead.
There's a text. I'm going to locate it. I'm going to send it to you. I've mentioned this previously before over the years in my presentations and all of that. There's an old text. It's called "Cannibals, Mummies, and Vampires in Medicinal Medicine in Medieval Europe." Yo, it describes corpse medicine. So let me give you an example, right? Over there in Europe, y'all all heard about the guillotine, right?
Yes.
The guillotine where the head gets cut off for criminals, right? They stole something, they robbed, they raped, they did something crazy, and they end up getting their head cut off in the middle of the square, the city, right?
Yes.
Well,
a big town event, the celebration.
Man, this is
fucking demons. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
This is better than Rome. This is better than the Roman Colosseum. Why? You know why it's better? You want to know why it's better?
Why it's better, bro?
Because all the peasants in that town, know what they could do? They could go there and drink some blood, some fresh blood.
Oh my God, these damn vampires licking them off the wounds and all. They are disgusting. And now they're getting adrenochrome.
Here we go.
In New York.
This wild fucks. Go there. I ain't saying nothing. Go there.
Bro, they literally, just for anyone that doesn't know, they opened up these blood lab clinics, guys. They just opened up the first one in New York about maybe 4 years ago. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, between 4 and 5 years ago, where these people are literally going there for treatments to enlighten their lives, to enrich their bloods, give youth to your bloodstream. They got the ads. Yo, this shit is sick. Go ahead, bro. I just had to mention that because you made me think of that disgusting shit again.
Hey, Mom. That reference point right there. Jamestown rediscovery archaeologists in 2012 uncovered the first forensic evidence of survival cannibalism in a European colony in North America. Yo, they have studies on this, archaeology. How come our daughters and sons are not being taught this in school? Well, they want to be talking about slaves and all of that every year. What about them? Because these were, in North America, these right here was the first slaves in these colonies. These are the penal colony slaves. Do they deserve reparations?
Hell no, but they about to get them.
But no.
They about to get them, bro.
When we present truth and fact, such as the fact that, they agreed to come here under penalty of death. They could have died in Europe or come to North America to serve in the British and Spanish penal colonies. That was the agreement that they made.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they coming right over here signing up for $5 on these applications to say that they're part of our trust, enrolling in the rights of our people, the mineral rights, the oil rights, the water rights, and all the emeralds and jewels and
air
all
rights.
And they're over here and they're getting paid off of it, brother. Ain't that some shit? They're the ones that are getting paid while our people want to go into slavery like them and be citizens and go up under this application of this Snyder Act like they crazy. But yeah, going right into the warship, citizenship, helping them to enforce the government of a fake ass construct that is now a new civilization that they're trying to reconstruct because their shit's falling, because they're gone. The government is shut the fuck down and done. The White House has been sold. This president scheme, this actors and actresses they got in front of y'all face is just so that y'all don't uproot and do what you're supposed to do. They don't want y'all to do what y'all need to do. They don't want y'all to understand that they shit is done. That 400-year contract been over. It's a wrap. That's why the corporation had to sell the White House, guys. There's reasons with all this shit. Go ahead, bro. It's reasons.
Yo, let me use reference to White House here. Let me add something to that, right?
Come on.
So, in American Indian customs, right, you had a White House and a Red House. The red represents war. The white represents peace. You had red towns and white towns. You had towns that were war-based, and you had towns that were peace-based. Okay? They've corrupted the White House.
Yep.
They've corrupted it on our land. This is the value of history, of heritage, of knowing your people.
Real quick, bro, on what you said, I'm sorry. Way earlier, I was reading one of the books and I was telling them exactly what you just said. I just got to confirm it. We read a book last week sometime, and it was talking about how the big, tall ass chief, the giant ass chief, came and stood in their doorway. Was like, "What the hell y'all doing? Y'all got to get gone. Time for y'all to get y'all ass out of here. We done gave y'all a little help. Now y'all over and super exceeding all of the friendliness that we have given you. So now it's time for y'all to bounce." The chief, it said the tall chief came and stood in the doorway. He barely could get through the doorway, and he came with his long red coat, his jacket. And I keep explaining that they were coming. The red coats were coming. The red coats were coming. Them Indians about to come down on y'all ass. Confirm that shit for me, bro. Go on with that. Go on with that. Letting them know. Come on. When they see them red coats, they know it's war. They about to get y'all. Come on,
it's about to get bloody. Let's continue. Yo, Ma, if you can,
yes,
on
bro.
YouTube, there's a video. You shouldn't get a copyright or nothing like that because we're doing a review.
Okay.
Run a search for A Starving Time, Jamestown on YouTube.
Okay.
Because the video, like while we're reading this text, because we're halfway through the text, like possibly more than halfway through, probably like 2/3 through already. Because there's a footer to this website and all of that. But anyway, and also drop the link for the people so they can get this information as well. Because this whole quote unquote Thanksgiving situation, how you going to feed people you at war with? Question.
Make it make sense.
How you going to feed people that you at war with? Because this is the real quote unquote history of Thanksgiving. Like follow the dates. Follow the dates.
Oh, bro said Mars versus Venus.
You know what I'm saying? But that's dealing with Greco-Roman ideology right there. That's fine. But red represents blood. White is a symbol for purity. There's very few things that are white in existence. Here we go.
In North America.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. I was just trying to get it ready. Let me know
I'll
when
be
you're
on
ready. Go
mute.
ahead.
I'll be on mute while you run that.
Okay, let's run this real quick, guys. It's only 9 minutes. Let's go.
It was settled in 1607 by the Virginia Company. The Virginia Company was a group of investors hoping to invest in the New World to make a profit. They were granted a charter by King James I, hence the name Jamestown. It was named after King James. While the settlers arrived with this really positive and optimistic idea of how things would go for them here at Jamestown, in actuality, what actually happened was a lot more tragic. And as I'll get to more later, just downright horrifying. The settlers arriving in 1607 came over on 3 ships, the Susan Constant, Godspeed, and Discovery. These were 104 men and boys. The first women would be brought over the following year. They chose this location for their settlement because it was defensible, which would protect against Spanish ships that may be going by. Because the English weren't the first to come here from Western Europe. The Spanish had already come to the continent, and so the English wanted to protect themselves against them. And also the water here was deep enough for their ships to be able to dock very close to shore. So there was deep water anchorage. So it was a very convenient location for them. While it may have been convenient for them, as we know, when Europeans began settling here, it was already an inhabited continent. Jamestown was settled in the territory of the Powhatan Indians, a number of Eastern Algonquian-speaking tribes under the supreme rule of Chief Powhatan. Hostilities inevitably ensued between the settlers and the Powhatan Indians. Within 2 weeks of establishing Jamestown, the indigenous Virginia Indians attacked the settlement. Archaeologists believe they found one of the casualties of that event, a teenage boy buried with an arrowhead that was most likely the cause of his death. This led to the settlers constructing James Fort, a triangular enclosure of wooden palisades. So right along here, everywhere you see these recreated palisades, underneath that is where archaeologists discovered those original foundations. Perhaps the most famous story to come out of this time period was that of Pocahontas, the favorite daughter of Chief Powhatan, and her connection to John Smith. It's a story we've all heard, but one that I encourage you to do more research on. The popular narrative is rife with misinformation, and honestly, the real story is far more complex and interesting than the simplistic story. It was actually within this chapel that Pocahontas married John Rolfe, which is one of the most famous weddings or marriages in American history. I encourage you again to read about the circumstances of Pocahontas, her involvement with the colonists, etc. Back to 1607. That first year at Jamestown was disastrous for the settlers. Half of the original men and boys died within the first few months, not just from hostilities with the Virginia Indians, but also due to disease and starvation. Starvation would plague the settlers for years. The relationship between the settlers and the indigenous tribes was volatile, alternating between peaceful times and mutually beneficial trade and a strained, deteriorating relationship. When 1609 rolls around, Jamestown's settlement is in extreme suffering. New supply ships have brought hundreds more settlers, and the settlers have continued to clash with the Virginia Indians. And then, in November of 1609, the Powhatan Indians lay a sort of siege to Jamestown, preventing anyone from leaving the fort to hunt or forage. In the winter of 1609 into 1610, the colonists entered something that is known as the starving time. It was full of disease and starvation. Something like 300 settlers crowded into this fort, and by the time of the following spring, only 60 had survived. What we know today, based on archaeological evidence and some contemporary accounts that have only been substantiated with archaeological evidence, is that at that time, colonists did resort to cannibalism. We know this because during an excavation, they found in a kitchen turned trash pit the remains of animals, but also that of a young girl. She was about 14 years old, and on her skull, they found shallow marks on the forehead and then deeper marks on the back of the head that are clear indications of someone trying to access the brain. And this would have happened really quickly after she died because the brain doesn't exactly keep well after death. They don't think she was killed in order to be eaten. People were dying left and right at this time, so it would have been unnecessary. And in the 17th century, it wasn't that uncommon for animal brains to be found in recipes. So it's clear that this is what the intentions were. The person wielding the knife, the intentions were to access her brain. And it's also clear based on the method of cutting that this person was really hesitant, really unsure of what they were doing. As you can imagine, they must have been completely desperate at this time. Archaeologists have named this girl Jane. Her actual identity is unknown, but they've done a facial reconstruction based on her bones of what she could have looked like. When you think about it, it's almost unfathomable just the position that these people must have been in to resort to eating a 14-year-old girl. It was just a horrifying situation all around. It was horrifying for the settlers. It was also horrifying for the Virginia Indians. You know, eventually the settlers whose previous ventures had all failed. I mean, Jamestown was a failing settlement until new supplies were brought over, plus seeds for tobacco. And once tobacco was planted, that turned into a major cash crop. And once that cash crop started blooming, they started expanding and, growing their territory and further encroaching on these native Virginia Indians. Jamestown remained active and expanding for decades longer, replete with more violent clashes with the local tribes, until 1699 when the capital was moved to Williamsburg. You can learn more about Williamsburg in my previous video, which I will link to in the video description. It's really interesting just to think about, everyone's perspectives and goals and desires, all clashing amidst, water that was too salty to drink and food shortages and attacks from this side to that side to this side, etc. It just must have been a really intense time. Inside the archaeology museum here, they have those remains that were found that I'm going to go and look at. Photography is not permitted in areas that have human remains, and I want to comply with that. So cool. Someone was actually wearing these. It's the first object found by archaeologists that indicates Jamestown as an address. An actual fingerprint from the early 1600s. I've never seen that before in my life. It's so interesting to me to see doodles of the early 17th century. You know how we doodle, modern day people. Look at how they drew them. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to Jamestown Settlement, which is the recreated Jamestown. We got to Jamestown Settlement not long before closing, but the short amount of time spent here was really interesting. You can start to imagine what life would have been like, what it would have felt like to walk around here. It's really stressful trying to see everything before they close. That was so much louder than I thought it would be. There was also a museum, but we didn't get to see everything. We got kicked out. They turned off the lights and escorted us out of the museum, which was really sad because there was still so much more to see, and I don't know if we're going to be able to come back a different day and see the rest of it. But I think historic Jamestown and Jamestown Settlement are both well worth a visit if you're in the area. I definitely learned a lot. I hope you guys did too. If you
Crazy.
Hey,
And
Ma, I'm
somebody,
gonna put a
I was on.
screenshot.
Listen, bro. Somebody was on somebody's page. I was browsing, and as soon as I clicked on the thing, it was like one of the Africans or some Pan Africans was saying, "Yes, they just found a new slave ship in such and such and such." And I'm sitting here listening, like, "What are you even talking about? If anything, it was these people's. It was they slaves. They were the slaves coming over here. The Europeans, they weren't bringing slaves. Shit, they were the slaves. When they came here, they had to go into labor. They were begging the Indians to work. Can we please work for your master? Please, sir. Can we till your land? Come on now. Stop playing. The ones that had enough energy and strength, if they wasn't so damn weak from not having no food and shit and water, but they were the ones that came here and they were like, listen, we need to work. They were the ones that sat up and said, hey, can we bring so many people over here into the land? And as we bring these people in, we can set up shop here. We'll help and we can till the land. We're like, sure, we got plenty of land. You can have a little space over there. Then they just got greedy. Remember? They told the story about this the other day. Go ahead, bro. I done got it back on the page. Crazy. Stage reconstruction.
I just rendering it real quick. Out some images real quick. And also, Sister Soul, I sent you 2 emails, right?
Okay.
They're short videos on the subject matter of starving time. You know.
Okay.
You can feel free to share that to the audience as well. It's just very unfortunate, you know, that they push this "we are the world, kumbaya, feeds the world" nonsense, right?
Right.
When it's purely criminal and exploitative. Yo, our American people are not to be exploited, but this is what is, and this is our time to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? What I mean by that, hold on, let me let me know where the screen share is available.
It's there.
All right, cool. All right, so this here is a classic image here. Let me zoom in a little bit, right? So I'm about to show y'all a series of images. Some of y'all seen these before.
Bro, while you screen sharing, I'm going to step away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So this here is a old classic map image. This is a corner of a map where it's showing brown skinned Americans, the natural people, our American people. All right. And it's referencing Halifax, whatever you want to call it, isn't what they want to call Virginia. Okay. So as you see here, the artist from the 1700s period made a clear distinction in color between the brown-skinned people, the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indigenous American people, from that of the foreigners. You see fully grown Americans on the right here, and then on the left there, you see pale-skinned, Caucasoid appearing babies. What that means, okay, allegorically speaking, what that means is foreigners are babies to us. They viewed us as being their mothers and fathers, to teach them, to feed them, ultimately to nurture them, okay? This is a symbol of authority here, okay? Now, behind this, we see the actual text. A map of the British and French dominions in North America with the roads. Pardon me, let me zoom in a little bit. Let me zoom in. Distances, limits, and extents of the settlements, humbly inscribed to the Right Honorable, the seal of Halifax, and the other Right Honorable, the Lords Commissioners for Trade Plantations, by their lordships, most obliged and very humble servant, something Mitchell. Okay, that's what it says there. This is the image. See the British flag at the top? You see our American nations right there. Representations and such, right? Let's go to the next image. This here is an image which was a propaganda piece that was done, I want to say, the early 1800s, whereas it showed how, to the foreigners, American Indians, our people, wasn't with all the foreign bullshit, to say the least. We wasn't playing with them. The colonists, we wasn't playing with them during these periods. Okay? Next image. Many of y'all are familiar with this one. As you see here, it says deputation of Indians from the Chippewa tribes. This is 1815, okay? Now let's zoom out so y'all can see. This is what the Chippewa Indians look like. So, like, you know, when people say the word Niji and all of that, reality is, first and foremost, Niji is not the correct terminology, one. Two, you can easily run a Google search for the Chippewa language dictionary, and you will see the correct references or the correct definition, application of the term, the extension, because Niji is an abbreviation. It is a prefix because there's a masculine form as well as a feminine form, of course, right? Anyway, this is what the foreigners drew in regards to our American people. You see complete brown skins here. Not black, brown. Brown going into red, like cinnamon, for example. Caramel, for example, right? Anyway, next image. This is one of my favorites here. Clear brown complexion on our people. Not black, but brown. And now we have this image here, and this image was originally used to represent the Powhatan.
I love it. This is where they get the skull and bones.
And they whitewashed this image here. They whitewashed this. They have whitewashed same way. So okay, let me just run it back real quick, right? So many people grew up with, you know, the influence of the Pan-Africans and Egyptology and blah, 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 right? Where, you know, they said they whitewashed Egypt and all of that, right? Well, if they whitewashed Egypt, well, they have not whitewashed America. You understand? Because this is literally what has happened. They whitewashed Osceola, Chief Osceola. They whitewashed Chief Osceola. If you run a search for Chief Osceola right now, you will not find the images that I have, the original images. This here is an original image representing the Powhatan. We had our own deities over here. The skull and bones, that represents to me the ancestors and honoring the spirit of our people, so on and so forth.
Yes, absolutely, brother. And them making or creating a reconstruction of Skull and Bones organization is the reconstruction in the spirit and all those rituals they do over our ancestors.
Yeah, they praise death and destruction because that's what was bred for centuries where they come from. Especially death and destruction to anyone that looks like us, that has what they want to call black complexion. Yo, these colors, the artist was very specific with the coloring in each of these images that I've just shown, right? These colors are clearly brown. Image after image. These are brown people in color. Cinnamon, mahogany, etc. Cinnamon, mahogany, chestnut, chocolate. But that's color, though. But what about the actual nations, though? Like, when you speak to an Italian, they could get very specific on where in Italy they come from. You speak to someone from France, they get very specific where they come from. Someone from wherever in China or Korea or wherever, they can get very specific to the actual land that they come from. Over here, the same thing. Over here, the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And so this is what I presented over the years via A4 Truth, because this is our American truth and all of that. But Sister Soul, if you can, let me stop the screen share. Can you run one of those other videos that I sent you a moment ago?
I sure can. This one,
because those are very short videos. They get, that looked like a new video. See, the video that I shared some years ago was like a it was a Smithsonian where it was like a whole press conference type of situation they had where they was breaking down a starving time in Jamestown. It looked like they had a whole press conference. It's a whole room full of pale skins.
Oh yeah, they probably moved it, brother. I
downloaded it. I have the video. I gotta get it on my hard drive.
Okay. There's one right here. Let me put it in the queue. It says Jamestown starving time of 1609. It's from JHF Museum and it's 18 minutes. I can play it after this if you want to.
Oh no, not the 18 minutes one. I think I sent you I emailed you 2-minute clip.
No. I have it. I have the one you sent. This is another one that I just found that popped up.
Okay. How you want to do
related content? Yep. This one is here's the one you sent. Let me see. Let me share it real quick. I'm trying to pull it up.
Yeah, because the reason why this is important is so that we have proper context in regards to how we're perceiving ourselves and everything going on around us within our territories against our people.
That's right.
Context is fundamental. I'm on you.
You ready? Let's go.
Yes, this is so. I wish I had that original link. I'm gonna have to locate it on my hard drive, and I'm gonna upload it somewhere so you can run it.
Okay.
Because although they have captions and what have you going on, this is someone's video. This is not an official source. Like, this video is literally showing the truth that the foreigners know from the Smithsonian and everywhere else.
You want to play this one, or you want to just finish with the read you were doing, and you're gonna look for that other video?
Well, I mean, I think the people, they got the link, so if they're interested, they can check it out. I'm fully aware of all of this. Thing is, I feel like the people need to be on point. You know what I'm saying? Knowing what they're supporting, knowing what's being communicated, knowing who's communicating it, and knowing what the people themselves need to be communicating, because our dynamic as Americans is very different than that of a foreigner. We're being invaded right now by cannibals.
Mm-hmm.
These foreigners have displayed throughout history and time, if you will, century after century, they will do anything to survive here. They will leave their countries of origin. Furthermore, they have people that have been present here that have gained positions of quote unquote authority as public officials, whether it's corporate, organizational, whether it's political or whatever else, right? And they are actively invested in the continuation and perpetuation of exploiting and causing harm to our American people. I mean, that's what this is about for me.
Right. Absolutely.
Worcester versus Georgia. I mean, come on. Yo, it blatantly says in law, foreigners needed a license to be around us.
Period. Just to step foot on this shit. Like, literally.
They needed permission because it would cause war.
I'll be right
During
back.
that time, it will cause war. Yo, what's going on in our communities today? I mean, okay, so many of our people was unaware of this, but as a result, we got everybody selling us poison products, whether it's food, whether it's product, whether it's illicit substances such as drugs that are laced with fentanyl or whatever. I mean, it's a massive situation we're dealing with in regards to foreign criminal organized activities against our population on our land. And too many of our people do not know that this is their land, especially our youth. I was speaking to a couple weeks ago, a woman reached out and we're discussing what's going on in Chicago and so you got a background in Chicago, right? Okay, so on mute for a second. Well, y'all can pull it up.
Yeah, that's my hometown.
Very good. So, Chicago, once again, that's an Indian name, all right? Don't get it twisted. Chicago's American Indian. Illinois is American Indian. To this day, throughout that entire territory, you have numerous American names. Anyway, the situation, all right? The city of Chicago this is about a month ago maybe, they was offering to foreign illegal migrants, quote unquote, $9,000 a month. Shelter and furnishing for the shelter. And I believe it was for a period of approximately 3 months. So that's $27,000. Now, was that per person or was that per household? Or anyway.
They did it in Cali too, bro. Just so you know, I did something on it. Actually, I know exactly what you're talking about. They did it in California as well. And
they did it in California too?
They sure did. Probably was at the same time because I wasn't aware of Chicago.
But now we have the update I just saw this week, whereas these sanctuary cities, states, if you will, companies, if you will, sanctuary companies, as they should be identified as, right? Well, now they're saying that, oh, our resources are depleted, and now we're sending them elsewhere. It's too cold in Chicago, so we're going to send them elsewhere. Elsewhere includes the South. Remember, they came from the South. What's about to happen in the South? They've already been conditioned by the North, the Midwest, and the West, and the East. But now that they've been conditioned within X amount of time, some months, maybe a year, I don't know. What's it about to look like in the South coming soon? Where it's warmer and all of that, right?
Perfect place for all these immigrants.
And perfect for enhanced organized crime, right? It's perfect. It's perfect. Still got relationships with other organized criminals they made relationships with, because once again, we're talking about Turkish. I saw a video, what was that, yesterday or the day before? You got Turkish crossing the border, Mauritanians, Moroccans, Libyans, Somalians, Asians, Palestinians, Afghanistanians, Kazakhstanians, and etc. We got every breed of foreigner. They were separated by the borders in which they came from, right? But now here, they get to mix and mingle. They get to mix and mingle right here in real time. And my question is my American people ready for what's happening? Because we've already experienced all forms of abuses from the previous descendants of foreigners, the current descendants of foreigners, right? But are we ready for what's next, though? Because if foreigners have been abusive in past centuries and generations, decades even, I mean, come on. Yo, a Kamala Harris, right? Whole foreigner, right? A Biden, whole foreigner, right? They was completely abusive, wasn't they? Currently, still abusive. They're lying. They're being deceptive. These are abusive practices. In addition to that, what about their actual investments? Has anyone done a research into their actual investments? My point is real simple. We must be on point out here as the American people. See, when we just showed you about the starving time, no one wants to salute the Powhatan Nation and all those American Indian nations throughout the entire East Coast, right? That put in that work as Homeland Security. That was Homeland Security back in the early 1600s. That was Homeland Security. Same thing, nations doing the same work. They put in the same work in Southern North America, the Caribbean, Central and South America, the West Coast, all of that. Yo, we was not with. None of us was with. Yo, but none of us knew that we was being bombarded. Like, we didn't know that the foreigners had a whole budget. They had a whole inventory of a population in which they invested in to exile, to send here, to deplete us of everything, deplete us, to strip us from everything, and simultaneously calling us goddamn black. Come on. Come on. My bad, Mr. So I ain't trying to get excited on your channel, but this is incredible to me.
You good, bro? I was just trying to pull up some pictures while you talking so they can look at some stuff I wanted to show. Go right ahead. Give me a second.
But this is incredible to me. Like, yo, every year, every generation, our youth get rocked to sleep. Every year. Yo, it's so wicked right now. You got a quote unquote black mayor of DC. I don't know if y'all seen the news out of DC, but yo, because every month of this year, like 100 youth done died every year in DC. That's just DC. That's a city. The quote unquote capital of the United States, right? That's just one city. And that's just 2023. We ain't even talking about 2022, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, etc. Come on. We're taking losses, and yo, what the black influencers want to talk about? More black shit? Yo, black means death by default. We're not black, yo. DC is rich with culture. Natural culture, that is. Natural. Powhatan territory, Anacostia Indians, Chesapeake. That goes into the Accomack and the series Susquehanna, Rappahannock, Paw Monkey, etc. Numerous American nations present throughout that territory, and the youth don't know. But meanwhile, more and more foreigners is pouring in. Foreigners is living good. The cost of living in DC, like in New York, like in Chicago, like in Texas, like in Atlanta, like in Florida, like in North Carolina, like in Tennessee, right? Like in Oklahoma, like in Arizona, like in Colorado, like in California, etc. The cost of living done went crazy for our American people. Come on. But meanwhile, the foreigners, what? It's smooth for them. They babies not dying, but our American babies is, though. Come on. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is the reality. Yo, anytime these people...
Brother, feeding these people.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No. You good. I just want to say this because before I move to the next picture while you're talking. This brother said that's our tax dollars that are being used for the foreigners and not for our own people. Correct, brother. Now check this out. You see this pic here? You guys see what it says? It says comptroller of the currency. Comptroller of currency, administrator of national banks. Comptroller of currency, administrator of national banks. Look at that.
Why you do that, man? Why you do that?
I mean, just trying to put them on, bro. Just a little something for them to see. Man. Y'all see it. Come on now. I just want y'all to understand what's going on. I want to show y'all this is everything they wanted to usurp from our people. Look at all this stuff. They set up bringing these people. They had to bring the people in so they could set up shop. After they was here for about 90 to 100 years, by then they were starting these corporations because now they're bringing more people in, more foreigners, setting up everything so that they can start the mining history. The mining history, distribution of Colorado mines. Keep looking. Go on, bro. I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna just let them look at these pics. Go ahead. Tell me if you want me to stop on the pic. Let's go.
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. I got a question to ask, right? So
Sure.
I asked that question about an hour ago, right? Since it's so where it's like, hold on. What do we need from foreigners, right? Hold on. You just pull up this right here. Distribution of Colorado gold. Do we need gold from foreigners? Do we? Since it's so.
I was on mute, bro. No, we don't need nothing.
Do we need gold from foreigners?
No. Not at all. Not at all.
We don't need gold from them either. Damn.
Everywhere you look, it's what? A mound. When you see a mound, you know there's gold there. Look at this. South Dakota. What about them? What about South Dakota, bro? In the gold mine. What about that?
Yo, silver. All minerals is present here. Look at this, yo.
Look.
They came from nothing. And they done stole our substance.
Everything that belongs to us, all the mineral rights that they use to create the controller of currency, the currency of flow, the flow of energy, like money, everything, the currency that is what yours. Yep.
Yo,
That's how.
don't you want to know your genealogy? Know that you got claims to the land? Knowing that your nation is old? Don't you want to know this? Because, yo, these are your/our resources, our American people's resources. This is ours. You're supposed to be getting royalties as a beneficiary.
Period.
It don't matter that they came over here to work. It don't matter that they came over here to work for something in which is not theirs. Come on.
Right.
That man. Yo,
come on, y'all. Let's make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense.
Montana. Come on. Look at that in Montana. And they trying to tell us Africa's the richest continent on the planet. Africa's not a continent. It's a supercontinent. That's Euro, Africa, Asia. Yo, they depleted. Yo, I don't care. I don't care about cell phone minerals. Yo, I had a conversation with a client about a month ago, right? And this lady pissed me off. Lady pissed me all the way off. Let me tell you what happened real quick. She trying to say Africa's the richest. America don't got nothing. I said, yo, you crazy. You bugging. Stop playing with me. I'm like, hey, check it. I'm like, yo, check it. The difference is between quote unquote Africa and America is the fact that there are laws that prohibit mining on our land, but yet and still it's happening though, and it's private. These are private activities. This is not being disclosed to the public.
Look at all these mines, bro. Idaho. This is the sixth one. Like,
look at that. Look at Idaho. Look how Idaho's lit up. You see all that yellow?
Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go.
Playing, man.
Oh, let's go. Let's make sure they see that right. They might not even pay attention to that. Let me go back. Let's look at Arizona.
Yo, Sluice, so you did your thing on this one.
Yeah, look at all over the place.
Right here. Yeah. You doing your thing with this, yo. Because like
look at that girl,
I get
bro.
pissed off when I see this. I get pissed off when I see this.
Yes, bro. Yeah.
Hold on, you see the names of the territories?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I just showed you the reservation was on the bro. Yes. Yeah.
Hey, yo, they done renamed the territory. They done made little seats for themselves.
Yeah.
And you
so
see,
they can know what district
you see sprinkles of the original names of the territory. You see sprinkles of it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, hey, man, you
look at all this gold. This gold. Look, Elk Bend.
Look at this.
Midnight, Yellow Pine, Connolly, Cascade, Council, New Meadows. Look, Tamarack, North Fork, Salmon, Elk Bend. Come on now, this the real.
So hold on. Is this not man? Hey, pardon me. I ain't trying to sound crazy right now, but like, yo, they got our youth going crazy chasing a bag on some survival scavenger shit, right? Hey, yo, What happens if our youth was made aware of all of this right here, where these is the ops?
Yep. They go Salem. Mm-hmm.
These is the ops, man. Like the ops is the robbers. It's ops and robbers, right?
The real thieves. Look at that. Distribution of gold mines, Wyoming, in the western states. Come on, look at look how dark the gold is here. Just look how dark it is. Y'all see it.
Come on. What do we need from a foreigner? Why do foreigners want to come here? They want a piece of this.
They want this, bro. They want it. We got it. The land of what? Milk and honey. The honey is what? The golden honey, brother.
You got any in the south and the east coast, though? You got any in the south and the east coast? I'm going through
all of them, bro. Let me see. I can't remember. Wait. Hold on, bro. Look at this one. Talking about that. What? That
City of Washington. That's what it says. City of Washington. Yep, that's Washington, D.C. Certification, citizenship of Indians. Okay, was this 1924 right here?
This Snyder Act, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I had more mines. I was trying to get to the mines. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, those are all the mine picks I got in here. I got another album, but yeah, it's on my other computer. Dang it. But yeah, look, these I can go back through them, but yeah, real quick, just browsing, all that. Let me take you real quick. Hold on, because I know the brother want to go in on the youth and this gold that's under their damn feet. They walking on it every damn day. But I want to show y'all these real quick before I get out this album. Cairo. I want y'all to see Cairo, Illinois. Y'all see these brick buildings? This wasn't no quick. We built this stuff for Dow. They had this stuff for the World Fair. You ain't had shit for the World Fair. The World Fair was here. We is the damn world. We are the world. We are the children. Stop playing with us, okay? Now check this out. This Cairo, Illinois. Play with us, camels and the whole nine. Come on, this Cairo.
Say the original name, though.
I don't know the original name. Tell him.
Kaskaskia. Kaskaskia.
Oh, I heard that before. I think I've seen it on a few maps, actually.
That's right.
Look, this is Kaskaskia. Then this is Kaskaskia right here.
Kaskaskia Indians, Illinois. That's right. They are the Illinois. They are of the Grand Illinois Nations.
Stop playing.
And right now, they call it a ghost town, though. They say it's haunted over there, though.
Let me go back. It probably is. Yeah, this been there forever. Look at these buildings. We built these buildings in about a month for a World Fair, and then we tore them down. Y'all ain't tore down shit. This shit been here. Stop playing with us. Who are y'all talking to? Assault head, damn sure.
I don't know. I'm looking at the architecture, man. That look like some paper mache. Like they did a quick Hollywood set right there, though.
Some of these
that could be a whole production, though. I'm saying,
wait. Let me go back.
To the top right. Go to the top right on that picture.
Wait. I want you to see first the original brick building. See, now hold on. I want you to see. This is, those may have been something they did for the fair, but
now the brick.
This real brick, bro. This Mason. Come on now. We see.
Yeah, the brick is different. It's gonna take time to do that.
They probably did have a couple little fake, mache buildings, but those you seen. I want to make sure you seen those. That's real brick.
Right. T1 Production got it. T1 Production salute. Yeah, they put Kaskaskia in the joint right there. Exactly, Kaskaskia.
Yeah, this right here. Yeah, this one
Michigan, Miami, all of the Indians out of Illinois, man. The Grand Illinois Nation, salute to all of them, man. All the descendants, all the nations, all of that, man. Look at it. Look at them people. Who is that?
Look, the real Australians.
Come on, man.
The ones that came up.
Should they get reparations? Hey, serious question. Should they get reparations?
Look at them. The
descendants of them.
Look at this, y'all. Just look at these people.
Should they get reparations?
Come on now.
Their life was horrible when they got shipped over here. That's what they look like. That's what our ancestors saw in the 1600s. Along with some black people, man. Don't get it twisted. Although that's a picture of pale skins, that's what the black skins look like too. Coming over here. They all shipwrecked together.
I was looking for I thought something else was in here, bro. Go ahead. I'm trying to find. Oh, wait, let me tell you this.
Money, man. You good money, man. Yeah, I appreciate you for your service today, man. Like, yeah.
Definitely, brother. I appreciate you for joining me. You already know.
Although
Yeah.
my appearance is rare, because I'm like wild busy, man. I got so much going on right now, man. Like, we all got a lot going on, man. And I just encourage everybody stay productive, stay healthy, stay strong. You know how I go. Cow season is over, scalp season is on, and we got a lot to do out here, man.
Lots to do.
We got a lot to do.
Y'all know we gonna stay on their neck. We gonna stay on their neck. I ain't gonna even play this video. We gonna stay on their neck. Extension of the original Negroes during the time of the Spanish conquest and the memoirs of them in the most ancient traditions induced us to believe that the Negroes were the first inhabitants of Mexico. By Dr. Nicholas Leon, Historia General de Mexico in 1990. The Negro, the original. They knew it even then.
But see, what's key here is the fact that, the Negro must be made distinct from the African.
Mm-hmm.
Although Negro was originally applied to the African, foreigners, they applied the Negro term onto our American people based on complexion alone. And I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is.
This the four corners, brother. The four corners of the earth, and the true map. One of the those ancient maps that they have.
Man, a lot of them was off of like back in those times. So I done did research, right? A lot of them cartographers back then, they was off like some real elaborate LSD type substances. And they was duplicating, imitating each other. I'm telling you the truth. Like I
believe you, brother. I'm just laughing because I can believe you. Listen, you just gotta put your girl.
They was duplicating and imitating.
Look. A lot of this stuff though looks like how when you look at the 3D map, a lot of it looks like this, brother. When I look at the map.
Yeah, but when you keep in mind, the shape is circular. All right. It's hard to put a circle.
It was a circle in a square, though, bro. It wasn't really circular. It was a square, four corner. It was a four corner map. It wasn't really a circle.
Because it's difficult. It's difficult when you look at it logically from an artistic standpoint. Look at that. La Florida. Go back up real quick. La Florida.
Right there.
La Florida.
Yeah.
You see how massive that is right there? That's all Choctaw territory in the most ancient maps, as well as the most oldest treaty.
India Superior, right there.
There you go.
This is definitely look, the Mongols over here.
Yo, they ain't got nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
Them over, but all of them trying to come over here.
Nubia, Senegal, Matadazo, which I believe they probably is Zanzibar. Here's Zanzibar.
Look at that! Look at the bottom where it says El Peru. Now look, compare this map to the current map though. Compare, if you can, pull up a new map. Pull up a new map and see the difference in geographical or cartographical location between Brazil and Peru.
Okay, hold on, bro. I'm pull it up. If I do, I'm gonna have to stop sharing the screen. But this one,
I love this map right here. This is one of my
favorites.
Look at this.
Yeah. This fire too. Look at that.
This is one of my favorites right here.
The Arctic Circle.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Degrees of longitude and all that. Longitude, latitude, and all that.
Latitude, Hudson Bay.
What we talking about?
Here they go.
Yo, you see where it say Cherokee right there?
Right there.
Say Cherokee right there. Conesus right there. The Arkansas Indians. Yo, Calixia. Yo, that's Indians. You know what I'm saying?
All this Jamaica, Kingston, all the Caribbeans, all part of it. Same thing. Cuba. All this Mexico, which is really y'all remember the map we showed. The map we showed the other day. It was showing you that all these land masses that they so-called created to make a nation, they reconstructed off of our area because they were all here. All this is here. New Spain. How is it new when it's the old ancient land? Are you crazy?
Come on.
Like that don't even make sense. Dude.
New Spain means they came over here like, oh, we're gonna call this Spain now. This is Spain now. Like, nah, buddy, nah. And this is the importance of our people. We have to name. We have to reaffirm what is ours on ours. This is ours over here.
Right here.
Look at that. Creek, Seminoles, Charter. I was in a conversation with a guy earlier today. And I'm explaining to him this morning. I'm like, hey, yo, Seminole is an actual nation.
Yeah.
He's like, well, Seminole means runaway slave. How the fuck is it?
I heard that shit too, bro. Yes.
Like, how does it mean runaway slave when it's an actual nation of people? Well, they was runaway slaves. Get the fuck out of here when they was goddamn freeing their people.
The Arapati, the
ignorance. Yeah, man. Yo, the ignorance is the propaganda between these goddamn characters on social media is worse than what they did with regular media, man. Mainstream media, that did damage. With social media, that's doing that much more damage, man. It's very unfortunate.
The Wicos, the Kiowas, the Panapics, the Wasagis, the Pawnee Republics, the Pawnee
Look at that. Grand Pawnees. Grand Pawnees? Are you serious?
Come on, Pawnee Loop, the Missouris, the Panias, the Omahas and the Atolls, the Sacs, the Foxes. Look at that. Y'all see it.
Yo, honor your ancestors, man. Honor your ancestors. Know what's yours. The Shawnees right there, too. The Chipaway up there.
Chipaway, I may think of it. Chipaway. There go the Chipaway right there. The Sioux. They had lots of land. The Crows.
Yo, you got the Crows. Yo, you got the what that say? The Rickarees.
Where? Wait a minute.
The Rickarees up there in the upper right.
Oh, yep, right here. Yep, the Rickarees right here.
The Cheyenne. Okay, that's Cheyenne down there. That's what that is, Cheyenne. You know what I'm saying?
The Manataries, the Mandans. And this
now we got foreigners that want to claim us, though. They got every breed of foreigner want to claim us because they impose this black shit on us. Now want us to claim what we is. Yo, you're not black when you a Shawnee. You're not black when you a Chippewa. You're not black when you what you really is by blood. You not black, yo. That's just the fact of the matter. You not. Black is a goddamn color, and it's a part of a foreign caste system. Let's be honest out here, man. Oh, you got another one? Here you go, man. See? Yo. Salute, Sister Soul. See? And you got it in Spanish.
Yep. I wish I could read Latin. I keep saying we need to do a Latin course. I might do that in my group. We definitely need to. Look, Negroes. Right here. Negroes. That's Spanish for you too, right? Negroes, Negritos.
Yo, they had a river. Down in South America, they called it the Negro River, the Black River. When you translate it, they call it the Black River. That's why I say Negro right there. And also that goes into the fact that they were trying to say everything around that river was black, quote unquote.
Look, the CB Islands. This is Mary Island.
Say Buku. Hold on. Say ball. What?
Let me zoom in a little bit more.
Yo, I'm about to tag Chief the Regular in on this one, yo, because like he this his lane right here. He go in on all of this, man. I'm about to
I wish I could read the Spanish, man. Hold on.
Yeah, like I'd rather deal with the specialists.
Hold on, I'm going to get to some more pics, y'all, real quick before we get out of here. Man, it's crazy. This is St. Louis. Let me see. I don't remember what's on this map. But it has. I got some more.
All this rich land. All this is rich land. Like, yo.
This is the zone they had it zoned off to.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, this is what they did within our territory. They created borders within our territories. You can't go past this block.
Traveling in and out the city.
Come on. Man,
I love this one. Just to show anybody that has never seen it. I've shown it a couple of times. This is the real map. And hold on. Let me show y'all. Let's show y'all the true compass. I keep telling y'all, if they don't turn your world upside down, your whole damn mind ain't gonna be upside down with it. That's why they do it. But here you go, right here. Y'all see that? This is a true compass.
Hey, man, I got some information for you about this too.
What's up, bro? What's up? Let's get it.
Yo, if you look up the author of this particular map,
it's fake.
I'm just saying what I'm saying. I mean, you can
no,
look it up
tell me.
yourself.
Speak on it.
It is
because it's showing it from now. What it's showing is from that the St. Louis World Fair. Now go ahead and get into it. Wait a minute, I'm gonna see.
The World Fair was fake, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so if they created a map at the World Fair, wouldn't that map be fake at the World Fair? You feel me?
Makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? They did a lot of fakery there, right? Look at that. Come on. Look at that. Who made this map talking about North America with Atlantis in the middle? Come on. They talking about move over there. I mean, like, look how crude this cartography is.
Damn, I was trying to find these other pics, bro. Hold on. Did you want me to go back to that? You want to say something about that map?
Oh no. I'm good. All I'm saying is, yo, we gotta have our people on point out here. That's all I'm saying, for real. We gotta be on point out here, cause the foolishness is real. You know what I mean? Like, you got paid fools. I mean, just look at the circus, right? Look at media today. These are paid fools. Let me give you an example, right? I don't want to get on the subject for real. But did you see what happened with this Hassan Campbell dude the other day?
Oh my goodness. I've seen a bit of it. I'm looking like they were saying it was fake. Then they said he got shot. Then somebody was throwing some glass at him.
Okay. So now let's deal with the facts of the matter. So, this is a good picture here.
I love this picture, bro.
Now, how I take this picture, how I take it.
Let's go.
Has anyone done a genealogy on each and every one of these little kids, these children?
No, because I don't have a name. I don't have any names. Okay. The picture I found, they look like they're in the school, right? The color. Remember, they had the colored schools. It looked like they're in front of the school posing for one of the colored schools. I'm not sure. I can't verify that 100%, but this is just my thought. I just love the picture. But what do you know about it?
Now, how I'm looking at it, it looks like some pale skins mixed with some black skins. And
you see some pale skins? Wait a minute, bro. Hold on. I ain't seen no pale skins now.
Man, what?
I see a couple of the Indians. I see a couple of the natives that they mixed in so they can try and blend them in the school.
I haven't even read the description. I don't even know the location.
But most
I'm
of them
just looking at.
It's very few of them. And keeping in mind, remember, brother, a lot of the pale skins, when they came in, they raised them. A lot of the Indians would keep them. When they had them as hostage, some of the babies, they kept them and raised them as their own. So they may have
not like this though. Not look at her right there in the center. That's a whole pale skin. That's a whole. You cannot tell me. Hold on. Go back to the right a little bit.
Oh, wait a minute.
All
right. Hold on.
Yeah, zoom in again, please. Right there in the center. Go down.
Her
right here.
It's another one right here. It's only about 5 of them though in the whole picture.
It don't matter. Yo, look at them. Look, that's a child right there.
This one.
That one right there. Yep. Right there where you got the hand at. Yep. That one over there, the far left. I don't know. I'm saying though. Hey, yo, I don't assume ancestry. One thing about me, I do not assume ancestry.
One right here mixed, and one back here. Go ahead.
Yo, for all I know, these are Moriscos and Moranos. Yo, look at the one to the far right there. To the
this
far
one
right.
Look African. This one look African.
No. The far right, all the way to the far right.
Right here.
Right there.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, her.
Look at that one.
Damn it. Yes, her. She does look. She looks. Yeah, she looks like a Morisco. But let me see.
Yo, and the way that they're dressed.
Amish clothing. This one right here. You talking about?
Amish clothing, right? Yeah, that one right there, exactly. Hey, yo, you see that?
So this might be. Maybe it's an Indian school, and they were blended.
Hey, it's a usurp. I'm gonna call the Indian school the usurpation school. I'm gonna call them what they was, colonial colleges. For one, I need more information on this image here. Do you have?
I
do
don't
you
have
a
no
source for this
info,
image?
bro. No, I don't got no info. I don't know where.
If you can't
I
email me
actually-
this image, and I'll do some research on it.
Okay.
And I'll follow up with you about it. Yeah.
That was a share right here. Hold on. Okay, I'll do. Remind me later, bro, because I thought it was a share. We're gonna do it right now.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. No, we can get to it later.
Pad. Oh yeah, wait. Copy as pad.
Well, no, if you select copy, you can paste.
I did it. Yep, I got it.
Got you. Look at that one. What did that say? Aristotle masterpiece.
Oh, you want me to go back to that? Yeah, that's a crazy one. That's talking about the homunculus, the invention. I keep telling these people how these people are just invented.
And look how the secrets of generation. I'm willing to bet you this is dealing with the crossbreeding.
Yeah,
I'm willing to bet.
And inbreeding, and it's dealing with the
crossbreeding and inbreeding.
Yep, the homunculus, bro. Okay, there you go.
Observe how the artist made a distinction between the pale-skinned, hairy-looking motherfucker.
Right.
Pardon my language. Come on. What? Hey, yo.
That's crazy.
Yo, this artist, this is an ill artist right here.
Yeah, I think it's
this is an ill artist. So like, huh?
Is it? No, it's in Spanish. No, I think it is in English. We could read it.
Yeah, this is English.
This thing is kind of blurry though when I zoom in.
Yeah. No. We got to find a source image for this one, yo. Can you email this one to me too?
Yeah.
I'll try to find a source for this one. But this is crazy. No. Hey, no, you want to select copy, not copy path, because the path is going to reflect. It's going to go to your computer.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to select copy. You want to paste that into the email.
Okay, so let me see.
And please, pardon y'all's rating over here.
Yeah, it's nasty and ugly as hell here too, bro. Okay, so let me go back then and get the other picture.
Hold on. Let's say the.
Wait, hold on, bro. Let me get the other picture real quick because I did the same thing on that one. Hold on.
Yeah.
Copy. Okay.
Yeah, then you just press Control V, paste if you will. You can drop it right into the joint, right there into the email, and you shoot it off. All right, I'll do what I do, yo, and I'll follow up with you about this in a minute.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Of the inflation of the soul into the infant.
Yeah.
Oh, that's filthy language. Of the inflation. See, I'm trying to translate it while I'm reading it. Of the benefit of marriage to both sexes. Oh man, nah, man. Of the organs of something in women, the fabric of the womb. Oh man, nah. This document right here about to be filthy.
Now, yes, I did a build on it, bro, last year about the homunculus and going over the information. Yeah, let me know. We could definitely do something else on. I can do it. I'll pull up some other information I got. He said he looks sick. He is sick. It's a pathogen.
This is
a whole pathogen, baby.
Man, we gotta get the date for this. We gotta get the date for this because if this date references the early 1600s, the 1609 that was reading about the starving time,
I think it is.
Isn't this a good reference?
Oh, with the starving time thing, it might be, bro. You're right.
That's what I'm thinking right now.
It says the craft and curse. Listen, the craft and curse of the Greek Nick something. It says difficult.
Virginity right there.
Yep, of virginity. It says how a midwife caught to be called to be certified.
Qualified. That look like qualified.
Certified. Oh yeah, you're right. It do say qualified. I'm sorry. That is a cute. It looked like a C. Qualified. Directions. What else? Hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit more, bro. Go ahead. You can read it better than me.
How you got me? Nah, I ain't about to hurt my eyes. I'm about to hurt my eyes live on YouTube. Nah.
Oh, Lord, hold on.
Nah, we gonna get it tightened up for the people. You feel me?
Period. Look at this.
The nigger marriage. God damn, what's that?
The nigga, not Negro, but nigga.
The nigger marriage. We breed 2 nigger males with 2 nigger females. These is Moors and Moranos. These Moriscos and Moranos he talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind.
Nigga.
Nigga. God damn. Dude. Oh my goodness. Hold on. We breed 2 nigger males with 2 nigger females. Then we take the nigger males away from them and keep them moving and walking. Walking. What's walking mean? I'm going to look that up. W-O.
No, it say working, bro. It said keep them
moving. Oh, working. Oh, my bad.
Bro said, hold on. These bitches got a new term over here.
I'm like, yo, this is a new word. Okay. Say one nigger female bears a nigger female and the other bears a nigger male, both nigger females being without influence of the nigger male image, frozen with an independent psychology, will raise their offspring into reverse positions. Wow. Now that's some psychological shit for you. Hey.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Hey, yo, I'm saying, right? Yo, Black Lives Matter said what? What did Black Lives Matter do? They reverse positions, didn't they?
The reversal, the up and down, the in and out. Gotta make it sideways. That's the only way it's gonna work for them.
I gotta get the date on this. Hey, no. Can you send this one to me too, please? Because I got the date. I need the date.
Buddy. Yes. I got you.
I need the date on this. Like this. See, you did research that I haven't done,
bro. You know I be all over.
I'm gonna follow up with you on these types. That's type crazy right there. Look, I done heard stories over the years. I done read some things over the years, but this is. Reading this is different than hearing about it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. That's crazy shit.
I done read DSM manuals and all types of like psychological shit written by foreigners, man. They get kind of crazy. Like reading the book itself is crazy. Like for the author to put together a book like that is crazy. But like reading this right here, this is like some older crazy right here. This is like this looks like it predates the eugenicist, to be honest with you.
Yeah. From the terminology, right?
I mean, I gotta get
the way they're putting it together, the way they're speaking. Mm-hmm.
And this was exclusive because like they're blatantly saying the nigger male and the nigger female, like nigger. You know what I'm saying? And then fast forward, yo, they constructed nigger.
Yep.
Is it being popularized?
So maybe nigger, because you know they're not Negro. We talking about Niger. They talking about the Niger people, right?
I don't know. I don't see.
That would be the people from Africa, the Black Seas, bro.
I mean, I'm saying, like for me, when I do research, I'm unbiased. Like I'm, you know, I like to study the author and to know their influences. And what's associated to what contributed to whatever it is that they wrote. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, a lot of times
I don't like to assume anything about the author.
It's not assuming, bro. What it is, a lot of times when you comparing information, certain documents. What I do though, because it's different, so many varieties of things, right? When you research and stuff, right? So what I do is I'll cross-reference different points of information, different things. It might not even seem like it's related to it, but it can be related to it and show you something else. And then we have to use our discernment to figure it out. And then sure enough, what be happening, boom, I'll be looking, the ancestors put that shit right in my face. Here you go. Here's the clarification. Here's the information. It just be happening, bro. It just be so natural. I can't even explain the shit sometimes. I'm so real.
No, I'm with you. I got to look at this in detail. Like, you know, the way I conduct research, man, I get really analytical.
Wait, get to this second paragraph. I'm waiting on you to get to that.
Yo, it says the one with the female offspring will teach her to be like herself, independent and negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
We negotiate with her, through her, by her. We negotiate her at will. Damn.
By her. Who? By who, bro? Say that. Read that part again.
By
Start over,
her.
bro. Yeah, read that over again, bro, just in case somebody in the back ain't hear that. Let's go.
Hey, yo, that's wicked. Hold on. It says the one with the female offspring will teach her to be like herself, independent and negotiable. Parentheses. We negotiate with her. Through her, by her, we negotiate her at will.
Mm.
The one with the nigger male offspring, the being frozen with the subconscious fear for his life.
Being frozen with the fear for his life.
Subconsciously, though.
Yeah.
Will raise him to be mentally dependent and weak. God damn.
Yeah, yeah.
But physically strong. In other words, body over mind, not mind over body, or mind over matter. Interesting. Now, in a few years, when their two offsprings become fertile for early reproduction, we will mate and breed them and continue the cycle. That is good. Sound and long-range comprehensive planning. Ain't this
long range?
Hey, yo, you serious?
Come on, bro.
Are you serious?
Come on, the proof be right in damn face now. So these damn pans and salthead people that don't get it.
Hey,
come on,
I need you to email me this right here.
I did. I already did. You already got it, bro. You already got it.
You already got it. Oh, wow. Here we go. Here we go.
Crazy, right?
Hey, I gotta find the source for this text right here. We gotta find out when they did this. Crazy. What's the year for this? Who wrote this and who was they related to?
It was out of a book, bro. I don't remember. You want me to go back to that? I'm sorry.
I don't know. It might have been them right there. Let's go back to that picture that you just last right there.
These are Russians.
The brown skin motherfuckers right there.
Yeah,
these are motherfuckers right there. They the authors of that movie you just read. They the authors.
He said, "Is that?" Oh, I didn't mean to go to that real quick because that's gonna mess y'all head up, bro. Hold on, hold on.
Oh, they the authors,
bro. You might need to get coffee in a second. Go ahead, yeah.
I'm about to take a sip of my. I've been talking. I haven't even sipped my coffee yet.
Okay. Listen,
yeah, this is
who these people? Who these
Sister
people?
Soul, come on. You got me. Come on, bro.
Look, the Russian icon of the Last Supper after Da Vinci. Even the pictures say, This shit crazy. Look, bro. Wait.
Them Negroes look wicked.
I gotta show you this. Hold on. Is this the first page? Okay, wait a minute. We finna
this thing is crazy right here. Hey, Lena Castellanos. I think that's a little bit iller than the Willie Lynch because you know the Willie Lynch came out to be a fraudulent writing anyway, right? But that document right there, that look a little more official than Willie Lynch.
Oh yeah. That's
you got something on Hunter Biden?
Oh yeah. I got quite a few cases, bro. I got so many indictment letters on this Negro. I got so many
That's a Negro.
Criminal.
Hunter Biden is a Negro.
That's a Negro. A black ass criminal. Stop playing with us.
Man, hey.
Y'all see
it's
it.
A whole Negro.
Look. Bro, the black ass seated. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Y'all see it. Y'all want to look it up? Criminal action case number 23-00061-MN, Minnesota. Right? That's just one. On Mr. Biden. That's just one. He got so many cases on him. Shit, he about to get slammed. He already been slammed, y'all. But this is a charade. Keep it in mind. I just want y'all to know. They got to show y'all how they charge these criminals some kind of way. Charge number 2. Action number 23-0006161.
Hey, but I bet he escaped, though. He
ain't escaped. His ass done faced tribunals already, right? With his damn.
I bet he escaped, though. Look at that. You know why? Right there in the header. It say versus Robert Hunter Biden, all capital letters.
The court, because it's only the court. The physical man ain't even present. It ain't even no physical man.
Has not even been acknowledged. Has not even been identified right there. And look, it say defendant at the bottom under that, right? Yo, United States of America don't even have under it plaintiff.
Well, I'm trying to look this up.
So like these are like technicalities. Like if I was an attorney, and like I would not be no attorney for no shit like this. But I'm just saying,
but it's fake, bro. Remember, they got to do a fake trial, bro. All this is fake.
Exactly.
These people already done been through the trials.
This shit is staged.
I've been telling people this shit for the longest. This saying is. Oh, wait a minute. I went to the next one. I want to show y'all the date on this. Okay, so it's saying that.
Well, I see the date at the top right there, though.
Yeah, but look what it's. Damn it! Why I keep.
It says it right there too.
No, but I'm talking about his reply is filed and due by January 2024. Why are you getting so damn long to reply? Why isn't his brief and shit due before that, bro? Does that make sense to you?
Well, we'll go scroll to the top of the document. Go to the top.
That is the top. Oh wait,
top. No. The top. There's a little more. The top right there. See right there.
Yeah.
Okay. See, filed 10/19/23.
Yeah, it was just filed.
Okay, so therefore, that's when it was filed. You have time to respond.
Yes, but he should not have no time. I know he shouldn't have more than 30 days, bro. Why is he getting so long? Why is he getting so long? That's like freaking 90 days. Why is he getting so long to respond?
I mean, because they know what's known as due process. And see, it's a difference between, so, all right, so you get arrested, all right, and when you get arrested, you get charged, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
here
we go. Now, here we have a different little document. It was a little bit different here, but Robert Hunter Biden, it's all corporate there. All that's corporate fictions right there.
Right, brother. After
like,
the election,
even his birth name, though.
Right.
Is Robert Hunter Biden even his birth name?
It's probably a date of a corporation that was set up. You know, at 7 years old, you can set up a corporation.
It might be a CPA,
name for your child. So he might have been set up because he was set up in the plan, right? So of course, it could be a corporation, just like Israel, and their expiration in what October the 31st. This is right before they were indicted before the ending of Israel. Yeah.
Since it's so, could Robert Hunter Biden be a CPN?
Yes, definitely. Maybe I should look that up. Damn, that's a good thought.
You see how wicked this shit gets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It'd be a whole CPN, whole fictitious, because like I know how to make those, and them shits be on deck for real.
Could be a CPN, could be
a whole CPN. We don't know.
Yeah.
But be like, hey yo, how you sniffing coke in the White House, the Peace House, right?
And then going across the country talking about some, oh yeah, we're doing experiments in the lab, experiments on these children and shit that y'all human trafficking underground. That's why we have to go in there and blow that shit the hell up, blowing it up. Is that why? Why don't y'all talk about that? Let's talk about that.
Yo, riding dirty with shotties and all of that.
Let's talk about that.
Oh, you got some files.
Oh yeah, I got some files, bro. I be digging deep.
Hey, man, don't do this. Don't. No. You gotta stop. No. I would not recommend you do this on YouTube. I would not recommend you. No.
Okay.
No. No.
It's public record though, bro. I don't understand.
I'm saying though.
I'm just saying, bro. Hold on, but what I'm saying is public record, bro. What am I doing?
Saying, yo, I'm just saying, man, because like, you know.
All right, I fast forwarded. I'm just reading the public. It's on the public record. Shit, I ain't put it on there.
From my experience, I don't recommend certain information because the situation is, you got the allegations, you got this, you got that. It's a lot of different factors and variables. And then you have whatever organizations that's invested in each and every one of these situations. You know what I'm saying? Now, in regards to history, like we're showing right now with Britannia, Roman Britain, so on and so forth, now that is valuable information right there. Because this is the origins of them Bidens right here. You understand? Look at that. Oceanus Germanicus. This is where they from. That's important to know where they're from. They're criminal exiles. That's what I would say. Yeah. Now, I'm only saying what I'm saying because, I don't want your channel to get flagged. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they put me like on a goddamn 100. No, hold on. What was it? Like, yeah, it was about 180-day restriction via YouTube. Like my channel just got lifted like last week. I don't want that to happen to you, man.
Quick question. England and Wales, right? It's one of the 3 legal jurisdictions of the United Kingdom. It covers the constituent countries, England and Wales, and was formed by the Laws of Wales Act of 1535, the substantive law of the jurisdiction in English law. But it says the United Kingdom. So the United Kingdom is what? That's like a secondhand United States, right? Isn't it?
A vassal.
Am I right? Wrong?
Vassal. A vassal. Look up, define the terminology of vassal.
Okay,
yo, Rome,
but
the
look,
Vatican made all European nations a vassal, as well as the African nations and Asian nations. They made all of them vassals.
This is a whole nother issue I can't even get into right now because y'all ain't gonna even see this shit. Y'all ain't gonna see it even the piece. So most people that gonna see it that know because they know I've been going through it and showing it. We've been reading it in the books, but I don't want to change the subject. England is a country that is part of the United Kingdom, Kingdom. So England is a country. It's a country that's part of the United Kingdom. So the United Kingdom is part of what? Is that part of Europe? Is the United Kingdom part of Europe, brother?
Absolutely, it is.
Oh, okay. Upper Europe, lower Europe?
Upper Europe.
Oh, okay. So even though it's right near what? Greenland, Iceland, which is all right there by the United States, all of that, that's all that part we'll say.
No. That's going into another direction. You got to get in the longitude and latitude.
Right. Maybe we need to pull the map up real quick. Yeah, maybe we need to pull the map up. It says, and the Celtic Sea lies to its southwest. It is separated from continental Europe. It's separated. It's separated from continental Europe, but it's a part of Europe. That makes a lot of sense to me. But either way, it says by the North Sea to the east and to the English Channel to the south, the country covers roughly 62% of the island of Great Britain and the North Atlantic. Where's the North Atlantic? Is that like near America or no?
No, it's not.
Where is that? How far up is that? I'm not real good with geography.
Yo, have you ever traveled between France and Britain?
No.
That English Channel is very important. There's a lot of history within there, within that region and territory. A lot of history.
Here go these planners, y'all, just so y'all see. Here go Foreman. I don't see him with no whip and chain and belt.
That's a Mississippi Delta, though.
Oh, yeah. His plantation with the workers.
But that's Mississippi, though. That's Arkansas now.
Arkansas, it's all over the place.
Mississippi. So what they got to do with England, though? Oh, Great
Britain. No. These pictures, brother, they're not in like order. These just pictures in the album I'm going through.
Oh, my bad. Oh, you going through? Okay, my bad. You was asking questions about
these are just showing sharecroppers where they try to say we were slaves, but we wasn't picking cotton as slaves. We was picking cotton as laborers.
But this is the 1930s. The slave period was pretty much between the 1500s going into the early 1800s, to mid 1800s and all.
But it wasn't us. It wasn't us. We weren't slaves.
Well, you did have Indians that was.
We had a few slaves, but it wasn't like we was all the slaves on the land. That wasn't what was going on.
I mean, I don't put a blanket on everybody.
It was white. I'm putting a blanket on it. I'm putting a blanket on it right now because we weren't, and we've read many books over here in my lives. We've read and gone through the books of them talking about it. Talking about them bringing the people over, saying how many they were, who they came over for. They were coming in doing the labor. They were under the servitude and the slavery. They came into the farms and the plantations. I mean, we read it. It's proof. That's not a question. Not over here, it ain't.
Okay, so are you saying every brown skin or everyone with a brown complexion was American Indian?
No, absolutely not. I just said the opposite, brother.
Okay, well, I'm just asking because
I'm saying the opposite.
Yeah, because you had a lot of Moriscos and Moranos that was exiled from Europe, and those were of that African slave population, along with pale skins coming out of Europe.
I'm talking about the ones that were coming in and setting up the plantations on the nation, right? The ones that they would come in to till the land, just like they do now in New York. They still do it now. They'll bring them in.
They got Mauritanians president.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Them bringing in the people so that they could work and till the lands. These were the people that were under the servitude or performing labor, and they try to say it's slave. It was slave, but it was not. A lot of these people, it was some slaves, yes, because they were enslaved to people because they had bonds on them. They owed money. Somebody would say, "Hey,
they were slaves then."
This slave owes me such and such amount of money, and if he owes me such and such amount of money, he can come work on my plantation, and now that bond is owed to me. So now I hold that bond, me being the plantation owner. And this person's coming here, they're going to work. So now they're enslaved to me. That's what the slavery is.
So that means that they are a slave then.
They are a slave, yes.
And then on top of that, then you factor in the quote unquote slave owner might be a contractor themselves, a subcontractor. Therefore, they're a slave of the primary contractor or creditor. Correct?
What? Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
So if you have the slave that was purchased by a subcontractor, and that subcontractor is under the primary contractor, that makes them property of the primary creditor.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, it's a series of slaves involved at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, different kinds.
Different kinds.
Listen what this said, brother, real quick. This document right here, it says, hold on, I want to go. I got to keep it up because it's so small. It says, we, the subscribers, acknowledge to have received of, I can't see, I think it's Corp such and such Douglas, the sum set opposite our names respectfully, being in full for the service of our slaves. Listen. Okay. Right? And then it says, this was at Yorktown during the month of March and April of 1862, having signed duplicate receipts. So this shows them, just so you can now listen, that it says slave, right? You read that, right, brother? Mm-hmm. It says from whom they were hired. This is the list of names that were hired. It says the name and their occupation. It gives their name, their occupation. The
keywords. Run it back.
Name and occupation.
The header being
the slave's name and occupation.
But hold on, the header saying what it said, and then go back to the first column.
From whom they were hired.
Very good. And so therefore, that's now saying employer and employee.
Employer and employee. We hear a lot of these salthead people that's come in the community and they'll say, hey, servitude and slavery is not the same thing. So it's like, geez, would you get your mind right? They're using synonyms and acting like they're separate entities. This is like absurd. I don't know where people brains be at. So check this out. For anybody that doesn't comprehend that, I'm going to read this part one more time. It says the sum said opposite our names respectively being in full for the service of our slaves. Listen, it's going to further confirm this, right? Okay, so employee, employer, employee.
Okay.
Employee,
so
hold on, bro. Let me finish this real quick. Yeah, hold on. Let me finish this part real quick. The time that they were employed. And then it says the rate of their wages. These slaves getting away. Oh, wait a minute.
Shit,
how could a slave get wages?
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
That was I was just about to ask what I just said right there. What you just said.
Mm-hmm.
How were you a slave when you was getting paid?
Slaves don't get paid. They say slaves don't get paid. They get beat.
Okay. Now that's
they say that's what they say about slaves. They bought in chains and shit like that. Stuff like that.
Hold on. Because somebody in the chat just said this Israelite.
Oh, let me go to the chat. I'm sorry, y'all.
This Israelite just said body bag. So that's put the body in the bag real quick. Let's put the body in the
Peace to
bag.
everybody that came in. I'm sorry, guys. We've been chit chatting. Y'all see I'm running my mouth. I haven't checked with y'all.
Yeah. I got my phone. I got my phone over here on the side of me.
To everybody that is coming in, I appreciate y'all. Y'all know y'all everything. Y'all energy is the light, the energy, the true current in this world. So when y'all come share with me, it is appreciated. I appreciate my brother Tony for coming in and joining me. It extended me to go a little longer with some more information. I'm enjoying the bill, so we're gonna keep going till we get ready to get out of here. It is what it is.
Why you got me body bagging motherfucking reparations right now, yo? Like, this is so, come on.
It is what it is, right?
I mean, okay. So let's just put it into complete perspective here, right?
Yes.
So
that part.
There's something called the Spanish Asiento. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Spanish Asiento. You can feel free to look that up too, man.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up then, real quick. I'm putting in the chat first and then pull it up. Say it again. You said it's the Spanish what?
Asiento.
Asiento.
It's spelled two ways. You got AC. You got the letter
hold
A.
Hold on. Let me go back because now you're saying something I thought it was. Okay, AC what?
ACIENTO.
T-O?
That's right.
ACIENTO. Okay, guys, I'm going to look it up.
Translated, that means contract.
Means contract. Okay.
Yes. Spanish Asiento. You also have it spelled.
Oh, right. I got it on some of my documents.
Okay, cool. You also got it spelled ASCINENTO and all of that. Anyway, to this point of what this document you just presented right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, for me, like, when it came to genealogy, I focused on my people only, exclusively. And I ain't got no slaves in my records. None of my people came from nowhere other than right here throughout this American territory. North America in particular. So on and so forth. Anyway, point being, looking at a document like this, because I done seen slave schedules and I done seen a lot of documents over the years. When I'm looking at some shit like this right here, this is a confirmation of what I've already known and suspected in regards to the fact that, hey, them slaves, they had contracts, bonded and all of that. 50 cents per day? You know how much? Remember, whoa. Let's put this in perspective real quick. Hold on. Let's get this straight real quick. Hold on. Let me get this straight real quick. So I done talked to elders over the years, right? They said back in the day, you can get a loaf of bread for like 5 cents. That was the 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
Like 1940. You get a loaf of bread for 5 motherfuckers. You get 5 cents for a loaf of bread. Yo, 2 cents for some milk. Hold on. You get a pack of cigarettes for like 7 cents or something like that. So yo,
I mean, my sister used to send me to the store to get cigarettes for her when I was I probably was like 10 or 11 years old. They would let kids come get cigarettes, literally. She would send me to the store to get cigarettes, and they was 65 cents. I remember because she'll give me $1 and she'll say, "Give me some cigarettes and keep the change." Yes, they were 65 cents.
And we talking about 1862, so 50 cents a day. It says right there, 50 cents per day.
Come on, y'all. I'm at 4 hours. Hold on, bro. I'm at 4 hours, y'all. Come on now. Let's go. Hit your girl with something. I ain't begging, but I'm asking. Let's go. Go ahead,
hit the Cash App, man. Drop the Cash App in there, man.
Come on now, bro. Look, it's been over 4 hours. I was gonna do a 2 hour and be gone. Come on, hit me up, y'all. I need some rejuvenation. I got a class tonight too. I should have been out of here. But yeah, for real, brother. This shit is crazy.
This right here is body work right here. See, I call it like, yo, the people said body bag. I say body work. Because right here,
Bro, they don't know how I be giving it up over here. I know you be busy because you be working and you ain't. I know you jump in here when you get a chance to, like you did today. But I've been giving it up. I be giving it up over here. Who think I be giving it up over here? Put a 1 in the chat for your girl. Give your girl some currency, even with a little typing of your finger. Just type a 1 in the chat. Let me know y'all feeling the energy and your girl been putting in that work. Y'all know y'all be getting information over here. Shit y'all ain't heard from nobody, seen nowhere, nobody mentioned. Somebody might have spoke on, but they ain't showed you no proof of shit. But y'all see it here. Come on, all of that. I really do
the FBAs. FBA's got something like this.
Come on, they ain't real. They don't know what it is. They don't know what it is, brother. People are sleeping. They saw it.
So hold on. Let me get this straight real quick, right? So, once upon a time ago, 50 cents per day.
Once upon a time ago.
But hold on. Let me do some math.
Bro.
Quick, though.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta do some math. My bad. Hold on, I gotta do some math. Hold on, because I know the numbers, but I just want to be accurate when I'm on live. You feel me? I don't want to be going off the top of their head. And like, yo, hey, everybody in the chat, do math with me real quick, right? So 50 cents times, let's say they working 7 days a week. Hey, yo, that's $3.50. Yo, you know what you can buy with that?
That's crazy.
A week's worth of work.
Mm-hmm. 1 week.
You know what you could do with that?
They was straight. They was living pretty good from what it sounded like.
And while they was going to war with Indians.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's put that in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Let's add that to the equation. Yo, they are working against our American people for 50 cents a day. How about that? And I'm not going to negate for the truth.
And look how much they making off of their dumb ass. That's how crazy they is. Come on,
yo,
man.
you see the numbers? Amount for each slave. Look at that. See, this is temp agency shit right here, though. That's temp agency shit.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, yo, they got you working for fucking $15 an hour or $20 an hour, right? If you're doing this type of temp agency, right? But meanwhile, the contracts say like 45, 50 to 60 per hour.
That's right.
It ain't doing shit but writing some shit on pieces of paper for you, though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about it?
Let's talk about that credit system, huh?
Oh shit. Now, hey, I'm not going to do credit today. I'm not getting the credit today. Okay. I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much.
No. I'm saying I'm talking about they're doing the credit system with them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They working off a credit system.
Man, they created securities out of all of them. Look at that time employed. It say 40 days. It say days. 35 days. 40 days. 40. And then what they got people working for? They got our daughters out here, supposedly, allegedly, what I done heard over the years. They got our daughters out here doing shit for $40. Man, stop playing, man. Stop
look at
playing.
that. But another thing too, real quick, some of them didn't sign. But a couple of them signed. They signed it, but the signatures look pretty eligible to me, and credible as far as the signature is concerned. There's only a couple of them that signed, mind you. But when you're looking at this, I thought they didn't read. I thought the slaves couldn't read. They couldn't write. These are legible.
Well, these are the business owners. These are the employers. These are the contractors that's signing over this shit.
Oh, okay.
Document here.
Wait a minute. It says each line though it's a line for the person. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're right. Okay.
Yo, the style. If you look at the style of the signing, if you will, the styling is all consistent throughout the entire document.
Oh,
they had the same accountant or lawyer.
This don't look like it's the same to me.
Well, he probably signed. Yeah,
look, hold on.
He probably signed. The owner probably signed because his property.
Okay, because these two signatures are different. I see what you're saying. This is like
getting a notary back then.
It looked like it's saying they would have had. Oh, he probably signed for them because they were his slaves too. So
exactly, name and occupation.
Yeah.
And look at that. Most of them don't even have occupation. They just got a first name. It say Dick.
They just a slave.
You got Dick. You got Ben. You got who? Who that right there under Ben? Who's that under Ben? Is that Irene? Is that Peter?
Hold on. Let me zoom in.
This shit is crazy.
Dick, Ben, Isaac, Peter,
now, how
John.
do you do genealogy based on
Emmanuel. all these church names: Andrew,
John,
Lillian,
Emmanuel,
Washington.
Julian, Washington. You know what I'm saying? Did they say Bob on it?
Sam, Peter, Charlene. Look. They don't even got no occupation. None of them really got no occupation. Those are all names.
Hey, yo, so hold on. Let me just ask this again. Once again, are you trying to tell me these slaves that were paid descendants should get reparations?
But these seasonal workers, bro, let's make sure we understand this. Because look, it say the time employed 40 days. So we talking about seasonal workers. We got seasonal slave workers. Just like I said, they be doing in New York right now. They do it right now in New York.
Okay, but I'm saying okay. So since you put it like that, so I got a question for you then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that these illegal immigrants, right, that are coming here to be slaves, right? Because that's truth and reality, right? They're coming here to work for any amount of money so they can, quote unquote, feed themselves and get a better life, right?
That's right.
Okay, so let me just put this in perspective real quick. Are you saying that, let's say 100 years or 500 years or 700 years from now, they should be presenting a reparations claim?
Well, it would make a little sense, I think. It tend to be their records.
Man, hey, foreigners need to give reparations for where they come from.
But some of these may not have been foreigners, brother. I just was showing you the cotton pickers. It might have been in the 1900s, but they were still doing the same thing.
But no. This is 1862 specific, though. See, when you deal with accounting, it is very specific.
To what? What are you saying? Because I don't think you know what I'm saying. So go ahead. I'm listening.
1862 events is not the same thing as 1912 events, especially when you're dealing with the parties involved.
But it's the same damn thing, Tony. It's the same shit today. What are you talking about? Hold on. No, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. It's the same thing today. The same thing with employment contracts. You go to work for a corporation or a company right now today, you are a damn slave. It's the same thing, brother. The time might be different, but it's the same thing.
I get the analogy. However, when we're talking about people seeking claims, right? Yo, everybody's claim is different. Yo, the people that's listed here in 1862 are different than the people in 1912 that were sharecroppers in another territory. This is Yorktown. What was going on in Yorktown, although there may be similarities legislatively speaking between the states and all of that, right? The thing is, it was a different experience per individual and party, including entire quote-unquote families.
I get it, Tony, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about, brother? I'm lost. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying.
Yo, I'm saying within this slave population, I see this as being a lot of foreigners. This is how I see it.
Well, I see it as being foreigners too.
1862,
but I don't see it.
I know Indians wasn't with this slavery shit. That's what I know for fact.
But
Indians wasn't with no slavery shit.
Brother, some of them were enslaved. They were captured too. Some of them, not a lot of them, but there were some of them in some of those areas where they were overwhelmed. They went into, it wasn't, I wouldn't say slavery per se, but prisoners of war. You know, they were forced to be conjoined with these people. This is why they were going into the state.
I'm gonna have to consult. I'm gonna consult with some Indians.
You're not letting me finish, Tony. You're not letting me finish what I'm saying, and maybe you'll understand my point. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So what I'm saying is they were bringing or forcing the people into citizenship, basically statehood, citizenship, same thing. So they're forcing them into citizenship and statehood by moving the immigrants in and forcing them out of the land and moving them away, getting more control of the land, because in those areas they were more populated with the people or immigrants they brought in. So now these citizens, including these people, we just read it in the book yesterday. They said they were fighting and forced to go into citizenship just to have the right to vote and things, because they had went and they were going in with these people. They were forced for citizenship. They were forced into it, which meant they were forced into statehood, which means they would be forced into employment and working for people, which would be the labor and the servitude. It's the same thing, Tony. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I got a question for you there, right? because I get the analogy. Don't get it twisted. I understand the analogy and all of that, right? I presented the analogy, right? This is what I'm saying, all right? When we factor in 1862, because that's the date that we have here, right? As a primary date, 1862. And then we have 1861 and years prior, right? This is all prior to the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Anyway, point being, when we look into the Transportation Acts, foreigners being drop shipped to Pennsylvania, because Yorktown looks like a Pennsylvania situation to me.
It's all
That's
the same
the first thing
area.
that comes to my mind is Yorktown, Pennsylvania.
Virginia, Maryland, yeah, it's all the same area. I'm trying to see what you're saying, though.
What I'm saying is, when you have foreigners being brought over here to serve as slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
We cannot put ourselves in their situation. We cannot view their situation, ours, as being the same.
But it was because they were blending in with us, so we were put in the same situation when they put us.
I can't do that, man. I can't do that.
Okay, well, let's move on. You don't got to, bro. I mean, we've been reading this stuff for a couple of months now, so I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but let's just move on then. I hear you. These are showing. Let me zoom in on some of this. Just showing the areas, like how they group them off square and shit out there. I be talking to y'all all the time about that square, the cube. This the compilation of them doing this shit. This is showing Oriental in Oriental right, and I don't know if it's supposed to be over there. Here, it looks just like that. The world map. Let me see. I can't go back to it. It's too far back. But it looks just like that. It looks just like I'm not really sure. You want me to send it to you? It looks like
I'm good. That looks like some Asian shit right there, yo. I can't. Right. I ain't got the time to translate that shit, yo. That shit look crazy.
So it looks like very similar, if y'all notice, to the map from the World Fair that I was showing. They had the inverted compass on it. If y'all look at it, I don't know if y'all could tell, but it really kind of looks the damn exact same. That's the only reason I had this picture. I don't know what it is, or I can't understand obviously what it's saying or talking about, but it looks like damn near identical to me. As soon as I see
that look like it could be some kind of district over there in China somewhere. I have no idea. The characters look Chinese more than Japanese and etc.
But it looks very much like that world map. This right here. I don't really even know or understand what it's talking about. It's saying this is Germany. It's showing like roots and something. I know it's talking about something, and it just fascinated me. I get fascinated with certain things sometimes. So I didn't really know it's talking about Hispaniola here, and this is Germany. I don't know if this was part of. I found this pic, but it's a part obviously of an entire map. I'm pretty sure the entire map would show a lot more. CUB News. As far as what the information on that, waterways. Hold on, brother said they waterways. Okay,
that's correct.
That makes sense. Okay. Oh, this is upside down, maybe. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me see. Let me flip it. Okay. Damn, I should have been did that. Okay, so this is now you can see Artesia is showing all these names. I don't know what they are, but these are all German names, I assume. And then
Hispania gives a reference to Spain.
I thought I saw. Okay, there it is. Yeah. No, it must be on the edge. Then it's not showing the. Damn it! It's not showing the whole entire side. Let me see.
Look at that. It's a inferiores. Inferiores. Look at that. That's beautiful language for Europe. But yeah, hey man, I appreciate you. I'm about to get this food. I've been up for too long. I've been like 12 hours in, and I need to eat something. And yo, definitely appreciate you.
12 hours. Okay. All right, brother. Peace and love.
I've been up for a long time. I've been working all day live, and now like I haven't eaten yet. I need to eat something and get some rest most likely so I can continue duty and all of that. But yo, this was enjoyable, man. Hey, salute to everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? Everybody stay healthy, stay strong, stay on point. Hey, I would encourage you, secure yourselves in law. Secure your legal position in regards to these foreign invaders. You know what I'm saying? We showed y'all earlier about how the Powhatan Nation responded legally, because that was all legal action right there. They was all within their right to take action against an invasion taking place back in the early 1600s. I'm just saying what I'm saying. That's my perspective of things. I'm just communicating truth and awareness to our American people. Sister Soul, appreciate you. You will have a great afternoon, all right?
You too, brother. Peace and bliss. I'll let you later. Have a good one. Get you some rest. All right. All right, guys. Now check this out. I want to show y'all. Where's this stuff at? Well, something else if I get up out of here. Dang it. One of them so-called cotton picker. Okay, this one, I think. This one. Unorganized territory. Why was it unorganized? Cotton production 1850, right? The Cotton Kingdom in 1850. The limit of the Cotton Belt. So the Cotton Kingdom that were the plantations of the indigenous people of the land. These Cotton Kingdoms that I showed y'all in the mills, we just showed you they were working, yes, 1900s all the way from then, 1800, 1900, because they still own the same damn land, still was their land. So the Cotton Kingdom, right? This is the cotton production in 1850, what we were just talking about. And all this is unorganized territory. All of this was owned by indigenous people of the land, their land. Indiana, Virginia, Ohio, all these areas that they had land at and were producing and trading, so on and so forth. So that's been going on for a while, like way before the 1900s. See, right here, let me show you. Working. They just working. They don't look like slaves to you, do they? Hold on, let me go back, make sure y'all can see this. They don't look like slaves, right? They were shipping the cotton out. Shipping the cotton out by rail cars near the vast cotton growing districts, the districts being loaded with bales bound for the great manufacturing centers. See, they were just working, not slaves, not slaves. Y'all saw the other pictures. I showed you those other ones. Old time plantation cotton press, a plantation cotton press. See, look, these not slaves. These, they just workers. Powhatan, Big Chief. Powhatan. So yeah, I want to show you guys something else. Oh, let me see. I'm finna get ready to get out of here, y'all. Seriously, because I gotta relax and do a quick run, and I got a class this evening. But this is Canada, France. All of this. It's been a pleasure, guys. We've been here for a minute. Y'all know I haven't done a long build like this in a minute. I wasn't even supposed to be on here today. I ain't gonna even lie. Not with this. I was gonna do a quick one and be out, but we went into a bunch of information. Peace, love, and bliss to all. You guys have a great evening. And dang, I did want to play one more thing before I get out of here. Dang it. Okay, I'm gonna play this video when I'm out. I'm gonna get up, do my stretches while y'all watch this. And let me stop sharing this. Play this video. I forgot I had this up to play. Okay. All right.
Advances in genealogical DNA testing have raised existential questions for many, but not much compares to the experience of Albert Perry, whose genetic material offers new clues about the origin of the human species. An African-American man from South Carolina, Perry let a relative send in his DNA for analysis, but but when the testing company tried to track his Y chromosome, they simply couldn't. Further research revealed that Perry's Y chromosome came from a lineage that broke off from other species about 338,000 years ago. That's long before the first Homo sapiens, or modern humans, evolved some 195,000 years ago, making our Y chromosome lineage much longer than geneticists believed.
What?
One more important piece of the puzzle was found in 2005, when cancer researcher Keith Chang was studying the black and white stripes of zebrafish.
There are a lot of zebrafish in my laboratory because I'm a geneticist and I study how mutations occur, which is how cancer occurs. And I use pigmentation to detect those mutations. By chance, the light skin colored fish that I used for that research also taught us a lot about how Europeans, how humans became lighter skinned.
The outrager's not comparing you to a damn
perhaps
fish.
one of the most important genetic mutations ever found. A single change among literally billions of coded instructions within zebrafish DNA that reduced black pigment from their stripes. Soon after, this identical genetic mutation was found in fair-skinned Europeans.
There was a magic moment in this research. When I got back the results that showed that the number and the size and the amount of pigment in the light-skinned zebrafish were all diminished, and the same thing happened in humans. When I opened the textbook and saw that same thing, I began to sweat. Not only did light-skinned people evolve from black-skinned people, but lighter-skinned people, whether they're European or whether they're Asian, like me, were actually mutants of the dark-skinned people.
This
They damn sure mutant.
because we had only inferred on the basis of circumstantial evidence that this must have occurred in evolution, but we didn't have any concrete genetic evidence. Now we do.
Yeah! Okay!
Prehistoric skulls were found buried in layers of soil 9,000 to 12,000 years old. They are the oldest skulls in the Americas.
The oldest skulls where?
And this is the oldest of them all. The skull of a young woman nicknamed Luthia by scientists. Can she tell us who the first Americans were? Walter Neves is a physical anthropologist at Sao Paulo University in Brazil. He has been using a standard and reliable archaeological measure, the shape of the skull, to find out what race she belonged to. He fully expected Luthia to be a Mongoloid, an ancestor of the American Indians. But then he fed the measurements into the computer.
When we start running the computer and seeing the results, it was amazing because we realized that the statistics, the quantitative analysis we were doing was not showing these people to be Mongoloid. In fact, the analysis was showing these people was anything except Mongoloid.
So who was Luthia? And where did she come from? To find out, the skull was taken to a hospital in Rio de Janeiro to begin the process of reconstructing her face. The first stage was to make a three-dimensional CAT scan of Luthia's skull in order to build a replica. The cast was then given to Richard Neave of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
That to me is a Negro face. That to me is a Negro face. That to me is a Negro face. Has all the features that you associate with a Negroid face. The proportions of the face, it doesn't say anything about it being a Mongoloid.
Her reconstruction is confirmed by measurements Walter Nevis has taken of all his skulls.
The first reaction was not to believe in it. But as the results, repeated so many times, and the result is exactly the same thing. They are very similar to nowadays Aborigines and Africans, and no similarity at all with Mongoloids in Asia or with American Indians. They are very similar to nowadays Aborigines and Africans, and no similarity at all with Mongoloids in Asia or with American Indians.
Aborigines, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white Aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are Aborigines.
Aborigines are called natives, the true natives, not Native Americans, right? Because Native American is created. It's a construct. It's a corp. It's a name. It's a people, right? That are indigenous to the United States Corporation only.
But you don't let them be called an Aborigine.
We out after this. Peace, love, and bliss to all.
hours. So Mississippi, beautiful land, hold a secret and go against what we usually know. There was ancient pyramids that belonged to a smart group of people a long time ago. Now we're going to learn about these lost pyramids, which was broken down when the new folk came to America, and how they still impact people today. Now it's similar to the Bermuda Triangle in a story from the past, way before Columbus came. Before he came to America, a group of people lived here and built things like pyramids. And these pyramids showed just how smart these folks was and how good they was at building and knowing about the stars and all that kind of junk. And people think that these pyramids were very special places for their beliefs, but history books don't talk much about it. Matter of fact, they don't talk at all about it. Now these pyramids was destroyed and hidden. So when the new folk came from Europe, they took over the land and destroyed a lot of the old stuff because, they ain't made none of them, including these pyramids. Now they wanted to take away the cultures of the people. It was like the number one way to just slap them in the face. But some say that not all the pyramids was destroyed. Some of them still buried under hills, all over the Mississippi area, all up along the Mississippi River and all that. And these hidden pyramids is waiting to be found and studied. Now, it's like a magic type of thing around them. It was interesting, these pyramids
magic.
have some kind of power that affect people's minds. Just like them strange things that
affect the mind. That's why they covered.
These pyramids said to give off this energy that can change the way we think. And people believe that being near these can make us feel different and even see things that ain't normal. Changing how people think. And people have gone near the pyramids where the hidden stuff might be. They talk about these strange experiences. And they say they felt that their senses were stronger and they saw things they couldn't explain. And they felt like their minds was different. And this makes us wonder if these old pyramids still having an impact on us even though they're hidden away. Now, the pyramids of Mississippi is important because they tell us about people who lived a long time ago and just how smart
the Great
they
Delta
was. A lot of the stuff we got that we think is new now, that junk ain't new. And we should work to find these pyramids and learn from them and the magic stuff that they got coming up off of them. But it reminds us of the past that still can affect us in ways we don't understand.